Tony Carter to the head office, please. To the principal's office, Tony Carter.
Good morning and welcome to Room 3. We are in the landscape category today for the NZIPP Iris Awards. The major sponsor is Canon, as we've just seen. We are now going to watch the sponsors video, Ilford, for the category.
Managing the colour within my images is integral to what I do. My name's Ian Vanderwald. I'm an Ilford Master and I've been a professional photographer for close to 40 years. Many creatives work within a controlled colour workflow. However, the one thing that stands out to me is how very few view the final product under controlled lighting conditions. The new Ilford Ilfalux colour viewing lamp now makes it easy for anybody to view their work under controlled lighting. This versatile unit is conveniently powered by USB, is portable and supports all industry lighting standards. The affordable Ilford Ilfalux is a great addition to anybody wanting to complete their colour managed workflow.
Okay, thank you, Ilford. Right, in the landscape category today, I am your panel chair, Tracy Kennedy. Beside me, I have Gerard Emery, who is our assistant. Out the back, our print handlers, we've got Andrew, Joanna, and Carolina. Our judges today, we have Francis Suter, Rachel Smith, Mike Langford, Kay Davis, Janine Fletcher, Glenn Howie, Tony Stewart, Roger Wanless, Tony Carter, Rebecca Kempton, Simone Jackson, Matt Palmer, and Mika Boynton. People will be, as judges, we will be revolving them in and out quite regularly. Okay, the landscape category celebrates landscape photography that demonstrates technical excellence and a strong connection to the scene as captured in camera. This category includes traditional, interpretive, and metaphorical landscapes, such as, but not limited to, natural, rural, urban, man-made, seascapes, cityscapes, bodyscapes, and indoor landscapes, provided the final landscape image is primarily created at the time of capture. Landscapes may be grand, such as wide vistas, or intimate, smaller landscape details. The intent of this category is to reward photographers for their ability to create compelling landscape images through skillful capture, vision, and technical execution at the time of capture. Entry should demonstrate a thoughtful interpretation of the landscape while remaining grounded in what was produced in camera. This is a minimal editing category. These categories celebrate in-camera captures while allowing minor post-production adjustments that enhance the image while preserving the original capture. May utilise in-camera creative techniques such as intentional camera movement, ICM, and multiple exposure photography. Only tiny distractions can be removed, ensuring the image remains true to the original capture and composites are not allowed. Okay, let's do the run through. All right, judges, if you've got any exclusions, please bring them forward. And while we're waiting for that to happen, let's have a word about our sponsor.
Once again, CR Kennedy and Ilford, we're very proud to be the supporters of NZIPP and also of the Gala Awards dinner, and look forward to seeing you all on the stands, on the trade stands coming up in the next few days.
Thank you, Gerard. Okay, can we have to the panel, please? Tony Carter, Kay Davis, Mike Langford, Rachel Smith, and Tony Stewart, please. Okay. And can we have our first print, please? Okay, and we have a score of 74. Congratulations to the photographer. Well, no, not a congratulations, sorry. Rachel, would you like to give feedback, please?
So really nicely presented. Love the light on the rocks and the tones in there. For me, I think I'd like to see more of the lower portion of the frame and less of the upper. So cropping down and maybe having a little bit more space with the beautiful tones of the water and the action and the waves and stuff may have elevated this bit.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 84, which is a silver award, and Tony's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I scored this 87. I think it's far superior than just a silver, which there's nothing wrong with a silver, which is fantastic. But I think the finish of this and that the craft and the beauty, the muted tones, the how it's been carried out in this category, the way your eye sort of flows around this image with mood and atmosphere. Yeah, beautiful finishing, beautiful printing, great presentation, sits comfortably. I believe, in my mind, it's a silver with distinction.
Can we hear from Rachel, please?
I scored this 82 silver. Probably a pretty easy talk up. I found that the blacks in the bottom corners were really, really heavy and weighing me down. Yeah, I don't really have any other negatives, so I'm listening, Tony, see what everyone says.
Okay, and in the middle we have Kay. Yep.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the concept that the photographer's bringing to the image. For me, I agree with Rachel about the heaviness down the bottom. I would have liked to have seen a little bit, compositionally, seen a little bit more of the sky, just to allow the eye to be led through the scene and just be a little bit more open up the top.
Thank you. Back to you.
Sorry, my score was 83.
Back to you, Tony.
Yeah, I think I actually don't mind the weight of the heaviness of the blacks in the bottom left corner. I sort of think it's sort of quite nicely balanced on the left and the right, but that sort of follow through line of the trees on the left hand side, and that sort of expanse of water through the middle sort of really works with the contrast and what this how this is presented in this category. I'd love to see if you could just get it up a few more points into a silver distinction if you feel you could. Thank you.
Thank you. Rescore, please. Oh, a score of 85, which is silver distinction. Well done. Could we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award, and Mike's going to challenge that.
I gave this 82, and I really think this is a very gently handled image that's perfect in what it does represent. It's not outstanding, but it's certainly powerful in its simplicity. Your eye flows through this, all the elements are exactly where they should be, the focus goes to the little house. It's just exquisitely gentle and quiet. And I think it's the quietness that have made you think it's just a standard image of bronze calibre, but I think it's much more than that, because we sort of look at it and go, yeah, that's really nice, but it's more than just really nice. It's actually incredibly well achieved.
Thank you, Mike. We're going to come down to Tony Carter, please.
Yeah, I'm on 73. I'll be coming up, but I'm not sure if I can get to silver, but I will be listening to our middle judge. But I think I find that rolling through the image fantastic and beautiful. It's maybe the colour tones were sort of putting me off a wee bit, but I will definitely be listening.
Okay, and Tony Stewart got him before everyone else.
I
so.
have given 77 to reward that flow and motion and that lovely gentle quietness that you've talked about, Mike, but that top left cloud is really just taking my eye away from where it should be on the farmhouse in the centre. So for that reason, I haven't gone higher.
Okay, and back to Mike, please.
Yeah, I think you're being a bit harsh, and I would like to see a little bit more sort of empathy going on here. The top left corner, that cloud, if you look at the tone of it, it's actually diminished from all the other ones. And so it's not the brightest part of the picture. It's gently there, and it leads your eye back into the image. I think this is incredibly well controlled, and I think you're underscoring it.
Rescore, please, judges. $80 silver award. Well done. Next image, please. And we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Well done. Could we have a comment from Kay, please?
Beautiful tones throughout the image, and the movement in there is just really soft and gentle, and provides a really artistic, creative approach to the landscape. Possibly the only thing that I personally find is maybe the little bit of vignetting is a little bit heavy on the edges, and the colour at the top is just taking my eye out just a little bit.
Thank you, Kay. Could we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 86, but there is an automatic challenge from Tony Carter, please.
Yeah, I'm on 92 for this. I think it's a solid gold. The how this has been presented is wonderful through the circle, but what you've got in there is this soft, dream-like image that's been treated masterfully and beautifully. Your eye is, you've got that weight at the bottom that you see, but you're not held down there. Those lines sort of rolling up softly right up through that rainbow in all those sort of misty, beautiful, soft tones. I think it's been done to perfection. It's very beautiful, and it takes you somewhere else. It's sort of more about what you don't see really than what you do see in some ways. But it's just so soft and printed beautifully on the right paper, presented so well, and I believe it's a gold at 92.
Okay, and we'll come down to Mike, please.
I gave the 73, so obviously I have a different opinion. I find it out of balance, and so that's the main reason why I'm down there. I find the elements aren't actually talking to each other, and I find a bias to the left, and I'm finding the right-hand side not helping it. So you need to talk me up a little bit further. I'm just graphically finding it difficult.
Rachel?
Yeah, I'm pretty close to you, Tony. I'm on 88. I find that the handling is beautiful. The tonal gradation is stunning. It's not overworked. It's just an exercise in subtlety. For me, the elements work really nicely together. That soft motion through the water and then the beautiful colours coming through. Yeah, I'm an easy talk up. I'll join you.
Okay, back to you, Tony. Does anybody else have anything to add since it's going for gold?
Okay, so I guess we're all different, Mike, but I definitely don't see any sort of imbalance. I look at it and I find that that the soft colours of that rainbow being off centre and quite beautiful. I don't find anything sort of jarring. That beautiful way your eye sort of rolls through this. That soft milky base flowing through to that water-like quality and then just up into that beautiful sky. So just soft and dreamlike, and I think it takes you somewhere else. I hope another couple of judges that are quite close can come up and join me in gold. That would be fantastic.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 88, which is silver distinction. Congratulations. Okay, could we have we're going to start swapping some judges. Can we have Francis Suter for Tony Carter, please? Okay, can we have our next print, please? And we have a fairly even score of 78, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from, we'll say Mike, please.
Yeah, beautiful image with lots of different elements, and I think there's too many elements. I think if you'd made it a little simpler, maybe a crop to the left, your eye is going to lots of things and not quite sure which one's the dominant. So just reduce things down and make them stronger.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 73. Could we have a comment from Rachel, please?
I'm really enjoying the sort of almost flag-like nature of the tones that change through the image with the dark and the light and the dark again. For me, all of the action, all of the really exciting image is in that lower third where the ship is, and I want to spend more time there, but the detail and the movement coming through in the upper clouds is really drawing my eye away from that. So I love the graphic nature of it, but sort of keep us where you want us, and or an iceberg, yeah, could be whatever it is. But yeah, I'm drawn away from that really interesting element by the other elements in there.
Thank you. Could we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 85, which is silver distinction. Mike, would you like to talk? Oh, okay. Tony Stewart, would you like to give feedback, please?
Great to see the sort of the harshness and the softness come together in one picture in nature and the landscape. You've got sharpness all the way through, and you've got the lovely complementing sort of cool and bright areas working really well. I'm not too sure how I'd improve it, to be fair. I think it's actually a pretty stunning shot the way it is.
Thank you. And Tony, take a wee break, and we're going to bring in Glenn, please. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And can we have feedback from Mike, please? Sorry.
Love the foreground, love the bottom part of the image. It's just really sad that the top part is blowing out and taking the eye away. So keep the idea going, because I think you're on the right track. Just control your highlights. If you've got that, then you've got an award winner.
Thank you, Mike. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 73. And you're going to challenge that, Francis?
Yes, I have it in the bronze range, 76. I just think it deserves a few more points just for its vibrant colours. There's a leading pass leading us towards the image. I do enjoy the drama in the sky and the blue in the background, a cooler colour, and then going from that warm towards the colder background into that storm. So I just thought there was a bit of a narrative to it. So I think it deserves to go in the bronze range. So just a couple of points up. If you can come up, the other judges, that would be great.
Okay, we'll come to Rachel first.
Yeah, I scored this outside of the awards range. For me, the heaviness in the sky is at odds with the brightness of the lower half of the image, and all of the lines and angles of the buildings are sort of, for lack of a better word, wonky, and I'm struggling with how they all could be. So whether that's intentional and architectural, but it's struggling, and each detail of the tree, especially in the top left, is difficult for me.
Okay, and Kay?
Yeah, I'm going to come up. I'm just outside of the award range, but I will come up because I think the photographer has seen something here, though it's not captured to perfection. I think the photographer's actually seen something really nice within the scene. The colours work nicely together, and there's a really good balance around the whole thing.
Thank you. Back to you, Francis.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I do enjoy the balance. That pathway in the front, yes, it is very bright, but obviously that's where the sunlight is. That's where the intensity of the sun still is. The rest of the sky is already
Storm and a little bit darker. So I think that balance in this case works well. The perspectives, yes, I noticed that. I'm not looking at a silver range, I'm looking at a bronze range. So just coming up a couple of points to bring that into the bronze range. Thank you.
Rescore, please. And we have score of 75, which is a bronze award. Well done. Okay, can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. And Rachel, you're going to challenge that?
Yeah, I scored this 87. I put it into silver distinction. I think that the way it's balanced and handled is quite masterful. Lovely control of the light and tones. All of those leading lines that actually lead you into interesting elements. Yeah, I think it's silver distinction, and I'd love to hear what everyone's got to say.
Okay, Kay, were you wanting to? You're at the
I've
bottom
scored
end
the
there.
78. I have underscored it. One of the reasons I have underscored it is I feel that the image is a beautiful precision to what the photographer's brought to us in terms of the verticals and the placement of everything. But to me, if it was a little bit darker, I would have had more. It would have had more emotion and mood to the image in terms of that feeling of really getting into this what is essentially a sacred little place. So to me, that's why I put it initially in the bronze award, but I'm listening.
Okay, Glenn, you're in the middle.
Yeah, look, I sat right in the middle. There's some lovely atmosphere to it, but we talked about those horizontal. I think there's a horizontal line that is just a tiny slither out, and it just bugs the hell out of my ichrometer. And I'm with Kay on the fact that if it had been darker, it wouldn't have been technically correct. It would have been atmospherically correct. That really bugs me, the lack of the atmosphere.
Okay, back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, guys. Didn't notice the horizontal, Glenn. I still can't see it, but that's okay. So for me, the brightness is actually highlighting the fact that it's a stark, empty place. If you had darkness in there and mood and atmosphere, I don't think that you get that same really stark, isolated feeling, which is what's drawing me in. Anyway, we will see how high we can get this. I'm in silver distinction, and I'd appreciate you guys joining me.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 84, which is silver award. Next print, please. We have a score of 85, which is silver distinction. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Glenn, please?
Love the steely blue colour palette. You've done well to balance that much of a pattern. Really enjoying what's going on. Fantastic shot. The only if it had, for me, pushed it into gold, there was a few lines that are slightly unresolved on the bottom right, and there's a pocket of darkness on the top left. But everything else I love about that image. Well done.
Thank you. Next print, please. Right, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. And Kay's going to challenge that.
I've scored this 86 just in the silver distinction because I really like the perspective that the photographer's brought to it and the colour palette. Even though I do find it a little bit oversaturated, I still am really enjoying the balance between the dark and the moody and the brightness outside. So I've put this in silver distinction.
Okay, I'm going to come down to Francis.
Yes, I do enjoy the image. I do enjoy the framing and the viewpoint of the photographer in this case. And I thought the foreground is really well balanced. When it comes to the background, I'm just finding it a little bit oversaturated. Also, it's not quite centered, which for an image which is very graphical, it just bugs me a little bit. But I'm listening. It's a very enjoyable image.
We'll come to Mike in that middle range.
Yeah, like everyone else, I'm sure I love the viewpoint of this, but the saturation is what's taken it out of distinction for me. It's very solid as silver. There's nothing in here that takes it above, and unfortunately, the colour orange doesn't work in this saturation.
Back to you, Kay.
I did mention the saturation, which is probably why I didn't go. I've just squeaked it into the silver distinction. In terms of the balance in the background, the two edges are balanced. It's probably more the building that's actually not straight, so there's not a possibility of actually straightening that because that's what is seen. But I think the photographer has done a really good job of creating something a little bit different for us to in terms of the vista and perspective that we're looking at. And I'm forgiving that oversaturation a little bit because I do enjoy the whole composition.
Rescore, please, judges.
Think silver distinction.
We have a score of 82, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 81, which is a silver award, and Mike's going to challenge that.
I gave this 87. I find this a really strong, superior use of a technique to make you feel the place. The really dark green in the foreground, ordinarily I would find that distracting, but I'm finding it holding my eye within the frame. And the landscape that's in the centre is just beautifully realised. It's feeling like it's floating, but it's floating on something. And I think that's the dark green at the bottom. I just find it's working.
Okay, and we're going to just switch that microphone to Kay, please. Yeah.
Am I the lowest? I'm on 78 high bronze. I really enjoyed the beautiful treatment of this landscape, and agreed, Mike, that central part is really, really beautiful. But I differ in the opinion of that bottom part. To me, is just dragging me down, and is competing with that softness in the centre. So I am listening, but yeah, keep talking.
Hey, Rachel, you're right on the cusp there.
Yes, good this 81, silver. Like Mike, I'm really enjoying the balance and the grounding of the darkness at the top, and then that sliver of green darkness at the bottom. I think that is helping bring me right into the centre of the image. I can definitely score higher in silver range. I'm not quite sure if I can go distinction yet, but I'm thinking about it.
Okay, back to you, Mike.
Yeah, I've tried looking at this by cropping off that dark green at the bottom, and if you do it with your hand, you'll actually see that there's not, the strength is gone. It's the power of that green at the bottom that forces your eye into the softness in the centre. It's deliberate and it works. So I totally accept that it should be there, and I think if it wasn't, it would be weaker for it.
Rescore, please. Score of 84, silver award. Congratulations. Can we have a blank screen, please? We are going to say thank you to Glenn and to Rachel, and welcome Rebecca and Roger, please. Oh, can we have the next print, please? Okay. We could probably do in a couple images UK for Janine. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. And Roger's going to challenge that.
Good morning, gentlemen and ladies. I scored this in 87, and I could sum that up in one word, really. It spoke Tempest to me. I thought they'd used the technique brilliantly. And to evoke that emotion, I can just see the waves. I can't see the ship. I guess it's been sunk by now, but it's a beautiful sort of use of camera movement to create that impact, that emotional impact. And I think it's quite unusual in that sense. Also really enjoying the colours in it too. That inky blue is just, for me, it's just gorgeous. And there's a dancing element with the, we know, that sort of beautiful curving line between the two waves. So I think there's an extra level of artistry here, and let's talk about it.
Okay, Kay, we're coming to you at the other end, please.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed the movement and everything, and the colour palette within the image too. But for me, I felt I wanted a little bit of empty space just to balance that beautiful ferociousness of what's going down the bottom. I just feel that there's a lot of energy there, but it needs a little bit of balance through maybe a little space at the top.
Okay, Mike, you're in the middle.
Yeah, I agree with everything Roger said, except my interpretation's different. I see this as a seascape at the bottom and a mountainscape at the top, which is quite delightful for me. I am concerned with the saturation of colour, and that is overtaking the movement, which I think's the important part of the picture.
Okay, Roger, back to you.
Look, it's wonderful that a piece of abstract art can be seen so differently, and that adds to the story, really. This is about emotion, and so I think saturation is allowed. It's an artistic interpretation, and it's worth giving the photographer the benefit of the doubt. In terms of the space, I mean, if you look at it's kind of divided as 3/3, if you like, isn't it? You've got a green at bottom, and an orange top, and a wave in the middle. So I think the space is sufficient. It's balanced, and I think it's more space might drag your eye away from where the action is, which is the water. So, yeah, look, I just think this is unusual. It's emotional, and let's find a few more points, please.
Rescore, please. Score of 82, silver award. Well done. Could we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award, and Rebecca's going to challenge that.
Yeah, look, I'll give this a go. I popped it into the silver range at 80. It's that kind of man-made versus nature. You know, you've got the stoplight. Sometimes in life we just need to stop and actually admire the landscape and what's going on around us, and that beautiful rainbow coming in there, and you know, it's all at weird angles, and first of all I was like, oh, you know, do I like that? But actually that kind of crazy perspective works, and I like the fact that the traffic light's coming out of kind of nowhere. And yeah, I think it's that mental note to stop and enjoy the environment. I think it's been done well. There's, you know, definitely a few little flaws in there. I would have liked to seen a bit more detail there in the traffic lights and the darks, but I think the concept works really well. And yeah, so I'm just asking for a few more points.
Okay, right at the bottom we're going to come to Mike or Kay. Which one?
I love the concept. I think the idea is really good. Unfortunately, the printing doesn't quite deliver what it could have delivered, which is a little bit more synthesis between the rainbow and the elements on the side. The contrast in here is just a little bit, especially the brightness, because I'd love to see those elements joining together and actually telling the story that you're enjoying just like I am. I think it's a great concept.
Okay,
Not well executed.
Francis, you're on the scoring range.
Yes, I'm sitting in the middle. I'm listening. It is a very quirky image. It's a very coincidental time, I think, to photograph these three elements, and well done to the photographer. However, I also found it could have processed a little bit stronger, a little bit more attention to the light, to both lights and the bottom of the sky.
Okay, Rebecca.
Yeah, look, I see where you're going with it, and I did mention that in my first part around the handling of it. I think this person has taken this from their car windscreen potentially. They're at the traffic light. Otherwise, yeah, you'd be pretty brave to be standing there. So it's probably a caught moment, but done, you know, with intent. And I actually like the contrast between the kind of darks and that soft background with that rainbow coming in, so I saw that as a positive. But yeah, look, I was just admiring the concept and the quirkiness, so let's see how we go.
Rescore, please. And we have stayed 76, bronze award. Congratulations. Right, we're going to have a blank screen, please. Can we give Kay a break? And Janine, would you like to pop in? Okay, next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. And Janine wants to challenge that. Pardon? She can, yeah.
So into the hot seat straight away here. So I gave this image 81. I just felt like there was a real story and delicate emotion here of this beautiful bird, which sometimes we take for granted in this country, picking its way through the green tones of this waterway. And it was, I think, it could have been an illustration in a book about a fairy tale swan. I'd be really interested to hear the interpretations of other judges.
Okay, we're going to come down to Francis, please.
Yes, I do enjoy the narrative of this image of that black swan trying to struggle through all the grass, the seaweed, what plant that is. I think that's well done with the pathway. The swan is placed in the right part of the image. I just struggle a little bit with the saturation of the colours, which doesn't really fit for me to the natural scene of the swan paddling through its environment.
Okay, Mike, you're in the middle there.
Now, I gave the 78, and I totally agree with everything you like about this, and the narrative's wonderful, but I think the cropping is, if you cropped off the bottom quarter and let that lead line take the swan into that little light on the top right, I think I would definitely go up, because I think the narrative's there, but I just think the cropping's a little loose and it could be much stronger.
Okay, Janine.
Oh, look, thank you for that, judges. I actually see, I suppose, the delicate nature of this image. I don't think this bird is actually really struggling. It's actually enjoying its environment and just delicately picking its way through the watercourse. And I think the saturation actually, it's not trying to be real. I know that we are looking for authenticity in this category, but there is a level of artistic interpretation that can be applied here. And I think the colour balance actually adds to the storybook quality of this. With regard to the cropping, Mike, yeah, I do agree to a point, but I think a too hard a crop would sort of leave this image without a base. And so I think we'd compromise somewhere in between. Yeah.
Rescore.
So I'm on 81 silver.
Rescore, please, judges. We have a score of 79. So let me just push the right button. So judges, in score of 79, you either go 79 or 80, so bronze or silver, please. And we have a score of 80, silver award. Well done. Next image, please. We have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Francis, please?
Yes, very cleverly composed landscape image. I do enjoy the natural elements that add to the composition, but also the man-made and the flock of, I believe, are sheep. It really gives that highlight there. It's perfect. I just found possibly that the darker areas are a little bit muddy. So if we could work on these darker bits in the image, I think that would improve the general contrast of the image.
Thank you, Francis. Could we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 82, which is pretty straight across the board. Congratulations, silver award. Could we have a comment from Mike, please? Oh, Rod.
I'll go Mike if you like. That's all right, I don't mind. Yep. Yeah, look, I love the balance, if you like, between the star and the Buddha, the warm and the cold, the detail and the delicacy. So there's a bit of a narrative and beautifully presented. For me, I wondered whether it might have been stronger with a vertical crop, and that story between the sort of celestial and the Buddha might have been stronger. I think the diagonal lines to the side don't add to the story, so well done to the photographer.
Thank you. Could we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 75. Congratulations, that's a bronze award. Could we have a comment from Janine, please?
And congratulations on the bronze award. It's really good to see an image presented as a vertical crop. It just makes it a bit more distinctive and different. I think with this particular image, I really wanted to be drawn into something really interesting in the main subject, because you've got this really dramatic sky, and when I got there it was perhaps not holding me as well as it could. The other thing is just with the to give the image more of an enduring quality, I perhaps have a look at the sort of orangey tones that are in it. They're quite dramatic, but it sort of seems to take away perhaps from the authenticity of the image.
Thank you. Could we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 82, which is a silver award, and Mike's going to challenge that.
I gave this 86, and I think it's the subtlety of the clarity of those central trees against the background. There is a very heavy snowfall happening in the background, and yet the foreground trees are quite separate from that snowfall. And I think that's deliberately seen well and captured well, and I find it quite a superior communication. Just have a think about that and bring your score up.
Hey, we're going to come and talk to Rebecca, please.
Yeah, when I first saw this, I was quite excited by it and got up there, and the paper choice is just perfect, being that kind of glittery paper with the snow. Unfortunately, it let me down whereby the front trees just merge into the background. I just feel like there's no separation. It just doesn't. They just don't. I wanted to give it a narrative of, these people, and the trees are people, and they're a little family, and they really are sort of coming forward, and perhaps a different depth of field maybe would have separated that out a little bit. But they just seem to, like all that detail, just all merges into kind of one. So just struggling a bit there with that.
Yeah, we're going to come and talk to Roger, please.
Yeah, I scored this 87. I started with the same, or from the same place as you, Rebecca, but they are separated, and the reason they're separated is this. It's quite thoughtful and deliberate, this image. Compositionally, it's 3 bands. It's a light band, a grey band, and a light band. But the separation is that the trees migrate into the top band and the bottom band, and they don't just migrate thoughtlessly, they migrate up to an apex at the top, and that's quite clever, really, and I'm appreciating that. But for, apart from the side that it's beautifully crafted and perfectly printed, really, and the details exquisite, you could spend a long time working your way through that. The hero for me is that tree that's got a bend on it, and it's what did I write? I think I wrote down joyous or dancing. It just adds a cheekiness and a life to it. That's sort of the hero tree. Everything else is just up and down, and that's just the piece of magic, and that's why it took me into an 87. Yeah, no, it's subtle, but it's quite special.
Hey, back to you, Mike, please.
Thank you, Roger. Appreciated that. There is one more element that I'm going to mention, and that's the contrast that's on the front trees that isn't on the back trees, and it's the contrast that separates them out. And as I say, all these things are subtle, and it's a matter of appreciating subtlety more than strength. So let's just go for it.
Rescore, please. And we have a score of 85, which is silver distinction. Congratulations. Can we have a blank screen, please? Rebecca, thank you for your time. We're going to bring in Tony Carter, please. And at the same time, we're going to give Mike a bit of a break. And Rachel, would you like to join us again? Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. And you're going to challenge that, Roger?
I think this might, yeah. I think it's a bit better than a bronze, guys. I scored it an 80, so I'm not asking for much. And the reason for that, I just think it's a bit more thoughtful compositionally. You start at the bottom left and work your way through up the various layers and explore around and end up, if you want to, at the top left. Not only that, but it's sort of split into a light triangle, dark triangle, and you've got the various layers cutting across as sort of lines, if you like. So I just felt that was a sort of superior interpretation of the landscape and worthy of a bit more than the bronze.
And we will come down to Rachel, please.
Yeah, I scored the 72 outside of award range. You're going to struggle to get me into silver, Roger, but I can hum higher than I am. For me, the dark triangle and the light triangle are not handled delicately enough. There's a heaviness in there. There's beautiful detail in the very bottom left hills, and I'm drawn to that because I can see detail and I can't in a lot of the other places. I think the paper choice is quite clever and it helps to add detail into the blacks that's not there, but there are some little subtle changes of tone in there that are confusing. It's like, should it be there or should it not? So as a whole, I'm struggling.
Thank you. And in the middle, let's go to Tony Carter, please.
Yep. I'm on 76, so a solid bronze, and I think it sits comfortably there. I think Rachel sort of spelt out everything that that I was thinking, really. But I still think it's of an award standard, and I'm happy with bronze, and probably will not be shifting too high.
Thank you. Okay, back to Roger, please.
Yeah, look, not much more to add, really. Every extra point is worth fighting for. So, yeah, look, I think it's deliberate in terms of composition, and that's why I'm asking you just to sort of get a few more points. Yeah, that's... If you've seen details in there, Rachel, then it can't be too blocked, I guess. So maybe just to ask for a bit of sort of kindness, if you like, and let's just rescore.
Rescore, please. That little bit of kindness works. 78 bronze award. Next print, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 85, but we have an automatic challenge from Tony.
Yeah, I'm on 92. I think this is just such a superior communication, but done in a soft way. In this category, you have your limitations, but you can see that this photographer knows exactly what they're doing with their layering and that dark, beautiful base going up through that light and up through the building and that beautiful light in the front and all those shapes sort of leading up, the softness of the shapes on the left and the right going right up into that beautiful bright sky. And then we have the frozen sign at the bottom indicating frozen in time but still in a contemporary way. Beautiful soft muted colours. Yeah, this is just so joyous and so beautiful, and I'm on 92 for those reasons.
Down the other end, Rachel, please.
So I went and had a second look. I saw what Tony punched in. I scored the 78. I think most of my time is going to be better spent listening. For me, the frozen sign and the slight red tones at the base of that pulled me out of the image too quickly. So I'm just going to listen to what everyone else says.
Okay, and Roger, you're in the middle.
You know, Tony, I scored this 87. I saw all the delicacy and beauty and craftsmanship that you talked about. The big question I have is what's the narrative here, really? What the frozen? I don't buy the frozen being frozen in time. Every picture we take is a moment in time frozen, so it needs to be more than that for me. So I was looking around for, is this theatre district? Is this some ice somewhere? Where's the connection? If you can give me that, I'm keen. I want to come up to gold. I'm looking for that extra nugget to do that. Otherwise it's a gorgeous piece of work.
Okay, Janine, did you have anything else to add?
So I'm in strong support on 91. I think what was really telling is that when I first viewed this image, I wasn't thinking photography, I wasn't thinking this category with the restrictions. I was just completely enveloped by this art piece. It is wall-to-wall, beautiful texture, and you're richly rewarded for spending more time with it. I actually really enjoy this sort of reddy tones because they remind me of that sort of red lichen that you get on stonework that's been around for a while. And I felt like that was a really beautiful connection with the buildings in there. The three lamps I really enjoyed as well, just perfect. And I felt like the dancer, I was a bit unsure about that at first, but I thought that was just starting to perhaps connect us back to this world after taking quite a long journey. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Okay, Tony.
Yeah, so I mean that's you know, 2 in gold, guys. We need at least one more, but you know it'd be good if you can all come up. But you know, I sort of see, I think Janine, that it's been said really well what it's all about. You know, that frozen sign is very contemporary and it's very now, whereas the rest of the image feels like that really oldie world sort of finish. Okay, but it's got such a contemporary feel to that, and you know, all of those elements have just been handled so delicately, and that, you know, that frozen sign with the arm up, pointing up to the sky, just like the, you know, the spiral at the top, everything is going from the dark right up through the light, and it's just been handled so beautifully, and it's just been, this image has been caressed in every inch you know, every inch of this paper has been cared for and beautifully presented. I think it's a really contemporary piece, but still got those old traditional values of travel and landscape. And yeah, just remember the restrictions in this category and what this photographer has brought to this image. I think it's outstanding and well worthy of a gold, please.
Thank you. Rescore, please, judges. Well done. We have a score of 90, which is a gold award. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 81. Congratulations, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Francis, please?
Congratulations to the Silver Award. It is a very interesting landscape image to look at, something a bit unique. I do really enjoy the person who keeps the image centered with the reflection in the water. I think the color balance is very nice. It works well together. It gives us a good impression of a cityscape in a new way, very quirky. Just to improve it a bit, I found the highlight on the top building on the more right-hand side, center right-hand side, a little bit too bright. So that takes my attention out of the center, out of the image. So bring that down a little bit, and I think that would improve the image.
Thank you, Francis. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 84, but we have an automatic challenge from Tony, please.
Yeah, I'm on 97. I just find this interpretive piece just so outstandingly beautiful. The way, that colour saturation, the hills, how your eye can just softly, gently roll around this, that sort of out of focus feel, but that beautiful light coming over the top and then banding around. So gentle, your eye just runs softly and smoothly around this. I find it very timeless and a very contemporary piece of art. It's printed beautifully, sitting comfortably in that mat, so high up with such balance, such precision, and I just think it's outstanding and well worthy of a gold with distinction.
Thank you. We're just going to move slightly down to Janine, please.
Interpretation. So I was in 78 and I think I was, looking for interpretation. I felt like this had a really retro kind of vibe. It reminded me of artwork from the 1970s, but I was perhaps not feeling it much beyond that. So my job now as a judge is to listen very carefully to what other judges have to say.
Hey, and just one slightly down again. Rachel, please.
Yeah, I scored this 83 silver. I can go higher, Tony, but I'm going to really struggle for gold with distinction. So there's all of the things that you've said I love. There's on the left sort of half, there's the odd red tone coming through, and in that top corner it's almost, I can't tell if it's coming apart or if it's actually the motion, but I'm struggling to deal with that. Everything for me is in that the 2/3 to the right. I'm listening.
Okay, back to you, Tony, please.
Well, I guess I'm a wee bit out on my own here, but that's okay. To me, it sort of reminds me of music, music in a way where it's just got this soft balance and rhythm and flow, and quiet sort of music with that rise to the right, but everything sort of just laps over, just like how water moves sometimes, and it sort of slowly pulses at you, and it's a landscape that could be just about anywhere, and I think that sort of gives it its timeless quality. But it's sort of more about that feel and movement. The coloration, I see what you're saying with that. I took that as being just part of the image. I didn't really feel like it was breaking up, but I thought the warm tones, definitely worked in harmony in this image. So if you can't join me up there, just come up as high as you can. Thank you.
Rescore, please. Okay, we've come up to 86 silver distinction. Well done. Can we have a blank screen, please? We are going to have a bit of a shuffle. Francis, Janine and Rachel, thank you. Can we have Glenn, Tony Stewart and Kay, please? Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award, and Kay is going to challenge that.
I've just put this into silver. I'm rewarding the photographers, the composition and all the little elements that the photographers managed to capture within this scene. I know there are some issues in terms of, I feel that the colour saturation is a little bit high, which is why I haven't scored it any higher. But I think there's a beautiful layering happening within the scene, and it's been well captured.
Thank you. Let's go to Glenn at the other end, please.
Yeah, I was down there at 72, purely because of that saturation issue you mentioned. You know, for an image to be awarded, I think it needs to have handled something as simple as that well. The image is not really shot in that kind of golden hour where those colours would be realistic. The shadows give that away. So it feels very artificial, and for this category, artificial for me doesn't sit well.
Okay, and Roger, you're right in the middle.
I scored this 76. I rewarded the composition, the lines, the layers, and all the things you described, Kay. I guess, I mean, ultimately, the centre of interest, I presume, is those patch of trees. And I just didn't find them very interesting, really. And so I'm looking for a bit more. So I think it sits in the bronze, but happy to be persuaded.
Okay, Kay.
Yeah, those trees are there to balance. They're not the centre of interest. To me, the centre of interest is the photographer's use of the design of the land to actually take us through the scene and look at all the little elements that are in there. You know, I mentioned saturation before you brought it up, and it's autumn. You can see all the leaves on the ground, and we often know that they're a really strong rusty colour. So yes, I agree it could be pulled back a fraction, but to me that's not an overriding reason to keep it out of a silver award. So yeah, that's where I'm sitting, silver.
Rescore, please. A score of 77, which is a bronze award. Well done. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Okay. Would you like to do the comment, please, Glenn? Yep.
Yeah, I love the way you've used that leading line. There's some nice tones in there, and that very dramatic sky is fantastic. It feels a little bit tight on the left and right hand side. I almost think it could have been a slightly squarer shape, but elegantly done.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 72. Could we have a comment from Kay, please?
I'm really enjoying the textures that are happening in the image. Really beautiful layering too, with the dark and leading through into the light. I'm not 100% sure whether the sky was that colour in terms of whether it's been shifted slightly in post-production, which you are allowed in this category. But yeah, it is actually detracting from the overall scene.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 82, but we have an automatic challenge from Tony Stewart, please.
I put 92 as my initial score in recognition of what I think is actually almost a flawless image. We've got the tonal range that is at both ends of the scale, but we're not losing details and anything. We've got the sharpness and the richness there, combined with the fact that we've got the subject matter of this almost lone tree as a central point. The cascading mist and the hanging gardens, I think it's actually stunning, and the mist flowing through is giving us a sense of motion and direction. I can really feel being there. This is the mountains, it's sort of isolated. You're there almost expecting to see pterodactyls, orangutans, whatever it is that's coming out of this forest and bush. I love the sense of place that we have in this location that's been given to us.
Okay, just swap that mic to Tony Carter, please.
Did you turn it off for me? Yeah, I scored at 75. Obviously I'm a little bit low. I think I'll come up into probably silver, but I don't think I can stretch to gold at this stage. What I see is a very sort of central focus on the tree in the middle, but then all that bright light around it, I sort of found it very contrasty, and the paper choice I thought was quite sort of dropping everything out in the shadows with the highlights there as well. So I sort of found that a little bit jarring, to be honest. But, you know, I am going to be sitting here and listening to what everybody else has to say.
And Roger, you're right on the score.
I scored it 82. I loved it for all the reasons that Tony mentioned. I just worry that the placement of the tree in the middle was just because that's where the camera happened to end up, rather than a deliberate choice. I say that for a couple of reasons. One is that there's this sort of hole in the cloud that sort of cuts with the top edge of the frame. Did the photographer really want to drag your eye out there? If they'd moved the camera up, then the tree might be more sort of anchor up to the sky, or they could have moved the camera down and the trees sort of hanging above a great big deep ravine, and they're two different stories. And I just worry that this, and also the little wisp of cloud to the left, almost on the edge. So to get up to a gold, Tony, those things have to be right for me. And I think it sits in a silver.
Okay, Tony, back to you. 82 silver.
Look, the thing is, 82 silver I think is perhaps a little bit too on the tight side. So let's meet in the middle. If you're finding it a wee bit hard to go to gold, I do think we have a much stronger image than what we're currently viewing at the moment. Look, the hockey stick shape like that there, I believe that in actual fact our eye is not necessarily being drawn up to the top, but it's actually being lowered down into the tree. So if you can train your eye to come down instead of going up, I do believe that tree is actually quite central to the composition, and that it is extremely deliberate. But I think the question about the tones, Tony, I think it's jarring because it's high contrast, and I think the photographers actually retained the details throughout and actually been masterful in their handling of such disparity between the high and the blacks, retaining details in all of them. So I actually think it's a much stronger image than what we're currently giving it credit for.
Rescore, please, judges. And we've snuck into 85 silver distinction. Well done. Thank you. Next image, please.
Thank you, judges. We have a silver distinction at 85. Congratulations. Kay, could we get a comment from you?
A beautiful scene that's actually been captured really well. There's a beautiful balance and the colour tones work nicely with it, with that warmth coming through on the snow with the sunlight, either sunrise, sunset, sunrise probably. And I'm not 100% sure about the paper choice because I feel it's almost losing detail in the highlight areas because of the paper choice, but I find it a really stunning image.
Thank you. Can we please have a blank screen? We're going to do a judge change. Glenn, can we have you come off? And Rebecca Kempton, could you please pop back on? Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 82 and we have an automatic challenge from Roger.
I scored this a 92. Main reason for that is bravery and originality. It's just pieces of mould, isn't it, on something, and to produce a piece of work from some little hidden lost detail. But then when you actually come up and look at it, I haven't spent enough time yet. You spend a lot of time. It's delicate, it's lacy, it's almost got echoes of pointillism in there. It could almost be bubbles underwater. I love the way it's been presented in terms of the dark on the window within a window. It's very unusual, and I think it's a high degree of thoughtfulness, artistry, and craftsmanship. you can let your imagination wander with it, really. And, it's almost like a night sky at times. So I urge you to rethink this, and I think this is a highly unusual piece of photographic art.
Thank you. Rebecca, can we please hear from you at the other end?
Yeah, look, I scored this a 75, just in the bronze category. It probably just didn't grab me. It didn't have that sort of high wow factor or that emotional feeling, and I can see it's multiple exposure and of some moss on the ground, which is cool. I think it has been well composed with those bigger sort of parts at the bottom of the dark. I really like what you said, Roger, about the bubbles, and I'm going there now, which I really appreciate. I think I will lift my score into the silver range, but to go any further, I'd be really looking, for me it was, just that initial impact. So, but yeah, I will lift into silver at 81.
Thanks, Rebecca. Kay, were you wanting to talk? Sorry.
Yeah.
It's really hard
To me, the photograph is of a footpath or a road that's got the lichen on the. Oh, sorry. I scored at 77 just in the bronze award as well. I almost feel that the desaturation of the secondary element or in the background is not sitting as cohesively as it should for the whole composition. The colour palette with that central area works beautifully. Those tones work really beautifully, but I'm not seeing it necessarily as a cohesive image.
Thanks, Kay. Tony Carter, you were in support.
Yeah, I'm on a lazy 88. I'm definitely coming up into gold. I mean, I think this, the more that you sort of with it, it is fine art, and I think I can appreciate it for all of those values, really, that you don't really need to think about exactly what you're looking at. It's more how it feels to you, all these circular shapes and that beautiful finishing and just, again, this craft and art coming all together into this sort of beautiful piece. I think it's very, very timeless. I think that it's, that chalky sort of feeling on the ground there, the darkness, but not too dark. So, that you can sort of see that this photographer knows exactly how to handle these things and has caressed this image beautifully. The presentation's fantastic, and I think it's just something that you can live with for a long time. And in this category, what they've done here is produce something very beautiful, and I should have given it gold straight off the bat. So thank you, Roger, for challenging that. Let's get it into gold, guys, somehow.
Thank you, Roger. Back to you, please.
Tony's done most of the spade work. I mean, if you want to find something to tie it together, you possibly can if you just think water. But I mean, it's kind of in this sense, it's not totally the point. But if there could be ice around the outside and then water bubbles on the inside if you want to tie it with water. But for me, the beauty is in just the way those shapes are arranged on that blackboard, for want of a better phrase. I kind of see water bubbles bubbling up and maybe bits of coral, but you could equally see a night sky. Equally, it's just, I don't care what it is, it's just the way they're arranged. They're sort of tight at the bottom and then they spread out, but towards the top, it's perfection, really. So let's do it, guys.
Thanks, judges. Can you please rescore? And we have a silver distinction at 87. Congratulations.
Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 79, which we're going to have to talk about anyway. So, Roger, would you like to take this?
Sorry, guys, I'm on a roll. I scored this 87. I love this just for the arrangement of the furniture, for want of a better phrase. All the elements within this image have been, for what is a mundane scene really, they've just been beautifully arranged. The choice of day to photograph this with the mist in it has allowed separation of all the elements. So I think this is a higher level of craftsmanship and artistry. Yeah.
Okay, can we talk to Tony Stewart, please?
Look, certainly, and I think the geometry and the placement all have merit, and I think, Roger, that's what you're saying, which gives it commendation. However, I'm also looking to see that we've got this mist, but if you look at the way the power poles have been handled technically, it seems to be quite a differential control over burning, and I just think that's not coming from the mist, but I think that's actually the way the file has been treated, top of the middle power pole, and some of those spars on the left one. I think it's actually, if you look at the midline of that front pole, I don't know if we're seeing the degree of finesse and file handling that you're expecting.
Okay, and Rebecca, you're in the middle there.
Yeah, I scored this as 77 bronze. Like a detail in the sky there, and that middle power pole is just holding my attention with that really dark bit at the top. It looks like there's been a filter, or the file handling of it just holds my attention. I don't sort of look around the rest of the image, and I'm just held there. I just think there could also be a bit more of a tonal quality coming through from the blacks to the lights. The bottom, there's a really heavy part down there in the bottom of the image that's pulling me down. So yeah, look, I think it's well seen, but the file handling is just sitting me in the bronze there.
Okay, back to you, Roger.
Look, I didn't see the middle pole, so thank you. I guess that's why we're a team. Perhaps the mist was just not quite up to the top of the pole, being generous. Look, I'm not asking for a silver distinction. I'm just asking maybe you just sneak it into the silver. And the reason I'm asking that is I think there is a higher level of in the field photographic craft, if you like. You know, the placement of the camera and the choice of the day, and the making of what's a banal subject into something that's quite interesting. I think. When we score, there's technical, but it's not just about technical, it's about everything else. So I'm just asking you to take a sort of wider view and score accordingly.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Well done. Okay, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award, and Bex is going to challenge that.
Yeah, I put this one into the silver range at 81. For me, it was initial impact. Sitting back here in the judge's seat and just looking straight in, there was that power and that really moody sky. It's been beautifully handled, and for me, it sort of reminds me of, I don't know, like a little UFO landing on the water and spraying out, I don't know. Anyway, that's my interpretation. Perfectly centred, the printing's beautiful. I think that the craft of it and the palette's just that kind of moody coolness, you can just sort of feel it. Yeah, it's beautiful, so I popped it into silver 81.
Okay, we're going to come to Kay, please.
Yeah, I put this just outside of Bronze Award. I really enjoy the movement of the water and that softness that's actually coming through. I also am a little bit distracted by the magenta cast in the sky, and I also wonder whether the top of the fountain shouldn't have the water spout shouldn't have a little bit more space, because I feel it's just almost cutting it off.
Okay, in the middle, is there anything else to add, Roger?
Yeah, my main issues were sort of choice of cropping stroke camera angle. It seems as if there's too much space at the bottom and not enough space at the top. They're my main criticisms. Also wonder, towards the top, between the top of the fountain and the top corner, there's a cloud there that's sort of got a slightly sort of greenish look to it. I don't know whether there's some casting in there. Once I've seen it, I can't take my eye off it. So anyway, so I feel it sits in the bronze range.
Okay, Rebecca.
Might be a bit hard pushed here. I understand the fountain at the top. To me, I didn't even notice it. I think it's that sort of tall, reaching to the sky, bit of tension at the top of the frame, which I quite enjoy. I also, from an abstract point of view, see a yacht on the water. The shape of the fountain coming down and then you've got the bottom bit there, sort of bottom of the boat. So yeah, for me, all those reasons, I'm sitting in silver, but might be hard pushed.
Rescore, please. And we've stayed 77 Bronze Award. Thank you. Well done. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Well done to the photographer. Could we have a comment from Rebecca, please?
Stunning capture, and the printing is exceptional. That paper choice really works. It feels like you've actually painted silver across the image, which has really added to it. The blacks are just super heavy. Would have loved to have seen a little bit more detail on there, just to give that sort of tonal range. But yeah, well done on your silver.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award, and Kay's challenging that.
I've put this into silver range. When I first went up, with this image, I wasn't. It was something I thought, oh no, this is not good. But actually, I kept looking at it, and I'm thinking everything that's in there is meant to be there. The photographer's actually done quite well in composing it. that light, those lights elements on the that are coming down, to me they are yachts racing, and you get this whole feeling of movement through the water, which I think is possibly a jet skier. The tonal range, the colours, the subtle blues throughout there, I think it just works really, really well. So I've put it in silver, 83.
Okay, we're going to come down to Roger at the other end, please.
I scored 73. I love your noticing of the yachts, Kay. That does change it a bit. But look, I struggle because the main element seemed to be too small to see exactly what it was. I think it's a dog lit up by that yacht. As in the first big yacht, there's something there. I'm not quite sure what on earth that is. It's got anyway. It was too small to work out what it was, and yet it was illuminated. So I figured it was important. So that didn't work for me. And the yacht thing would work better, I guess, if there wasn't so many competing elements at the top of the yacht sail, if you like. The white surf competes with it, and at the top, the sort of slither of land, again, it competes with it. So I think it sits in, well, yeah, I don't think it sits, for me, I'd struggle to go to silver, but now I've seen the yachts, I'm prepared to move a bit.
Okay, well, we'll move slightly down to Tony Stewart, please.
My score was 78 for both reasons from both esteemed judges. I'm also perhaps thinking it could have gone higher if there was perhaps a different crop. I am drawn a little bit to the land at the top there, which if that was removed, it would make it a lot more sort of abstract in keeping with the sort of concept of the sort of the flow and the sails and the waves. So that was what was holding it back for me.
Okay, back to you, Kay.
Those elements were the elements I initially thought, no, this is not going to put me into ward range. But when I kept looking, I sort of tried to crop out that land at the top. But to me, it actually balances the whole etherealness of what's happening down on the ground. It grounds us and allows us to keep pushing ourselves so our view is actually in the central part of the image. I believe that's a jet ski in the middle of that yacht, and that's where I get that sense of movement. It's not just the fact that these lights represent yachts, but there's also that jet ski which adds to that narrative. And the beautiful treatment, the beautiful capture of what's in the foreground is just really well. I've put it in silver. That's where I've put it. And I think it does deserve silver.
Okay, rescore, please. Okay, we've moved it slightly to 79. So you know the drill. It's 79 bronze or 80 for silver, please. And we are 79 bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. It's up to you. Okay, Roger's going to challenge us.
I scored this in 83. I'm bringing it up. I just have a sense that we might be missing something, so it'd be worth discussing it. I'm not quite sure what this is, but I've written the words down: menacing and harsh, and so the photographer's has done well in evoking an emotional response. I'm not, are these what is this? I hope they're not somewhere where people go to the gallows almost. It has that feel about it, in which case I think the treatment is really in keeping with it. So, I'm partly advocating and I'm partly asking for some advice as well. I mean, there's a few technical elements in it which are possibly minor, but I'm drawn to the brave treatment, if you like, and hoping that reading into maybe understanding this place, which is high, it's exposed, it is harsh, and if I can understand more about what those Far Eastern things are, then maybe it's got another level to it, this photograph. So let's just discuss it.
Okay, Kay, please.
I've scored this out of award range. I think for me, what I possibly is an Indian reservation, something or other, or because I'm just looking at some of the elements, but that's not what I'm necessarily interested in. There's some interesting elements here, but to me, the time of day in which it's been captured is not doing the scene or the subject any favours. So that's why the contrast, there's heaviness in the blacks, which it is just not making it for an enjoyable image where I think a different time of day would actually really help.
Okay, does anybody else have anything to add? Okay.
Yeah, I was just in behind the same thoughts with Kay. It was actually contrast control that prevented me being able to understand the scene further. So I was on 72 as well.
Okay, Roger.
Look, you could call this a gentle challenge if you like. Yeah, look, I feel there's something in there in terms of where the place is and the photographic treatment, and I'm prepared to give the photographer the benefit of the doubt that they've chosen that deliberately to convey an emotion in us, and it certainly conveyed an emotion of something menacing and slightly sort of an area to be careful of, if you like, and maybe an area of the history. And so, look, for that reason, I ask you just to find the odd extra point. Everything's useful. Thanks.
Rescore, please. $75 Bronze Award. Okay, can we have a blank screen, please? Roger, we're going to give you a bit of a break, and we're going to bring in Rachel. And Rebecca, thank you. Janine, would you like to step on, please? And next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 86, but there's an automatic challenge from Tony, please.
Yeah, I'm on 93. The dimension and the depth to this image is fantastic. You know, those shadow areas and the shapes of the windows that that have been used to such an advantage to show depth and also leading lines. And everything there has just been handled to perfection as far as thin, beautiful lines outside. That's the steam or whatever is rising, the delicate nature of everything, just the whole geometrical shapes, the beautiful lead-in line from that bottom left right up to what's out the window in the top right. I just think that this feels very contemporary. The finishing superb, all those triangular shapes as well as the geometrical shapes, and just what's outside this, and this sort of industrial feel. But everything here has just been handled to perfection, and I believe it's a solid gold at 93.
Okay, Rachel, you're at the other end.
I think maybe I've just been mean and need a slap. I scored this 83. I'm happy to come up. I'll listen more. But for me, I felt like this might be a view. It could be out a factory window, but I feel like it could be a hospital or something. And I'm really enjoying the darkness because maybe that you're not there for a good reason. I don't know. I read a bit more into it, so I'll listen to you guys.
Kay, did you want to?
Yeah, I'm going to come up to gold. Thank you for challenging this, Tony. I see the photographer has brought something to this image in terms of the precision within which they've actually composed the whole framing and the elements. The tonal control in the scene that you're seeing through the windows is just beautiful, really, really subtle. And you've got the greens and the oranges, which are beautiful complementary colours. So for me, there's a precision there that photographers actually introduced to the scene, and they've seen this mundane scene and environment and actually created almost a piece of art from it. So yeah, I'm coming into gold.
Okay, Janine, you'd like to have something else to add?
Yeah, look, I scored this 84 because I guess I was not certain of what I was feeling about it, but I'll bring you this. I think there is a real reason for the precision here. I am an avid consumer of all things architecture and technical drawing. There's sort of like a real nod to like isometric or perspective type drawing. And it's even echoed in the sort of like washed out tones of the things through the windows. They're like, watercolour washed architectural drawings. And I thought that design aspect and that nod to technical drawing, if you like, was really strong in this image. I'll be coming up to gold.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
Yeah, I think what everybody has added has been fantastic. Rachel, that sterile, that hospital feel, the depth of the window frames, you sort of get that sort of nod to that very cold environment. But what the photographers brought to this has just added so much value. I think that's fantastic what you're saying about that, the technical drawing side of things with all those fine lines and that washed out base which out the window, and I really enjoyed that against the matte, and that I sort of found my eyes sort of going, oh yeah, that just ties in so beautifully with the matte and how it's been laid out, and just all those little fine details. I'm on 93. Now that you guys have had a little bit more time to live with us, I think you could probably consider going a wee bit higher, because I think I'm a little bit low on my 93 if I'm honest now. With the precision of this, how different it is, this could sit in a commercial category. It's not. It's in landscape. So this is a lot of in-camera work. Yeah, and if you can lift it up as high as you can go, that you can, that'd be great. Thank you.
Rescore, please. And we have a score of 92, Gold Award. Well done. Okay, can we have a blank screen, please? Tony Carter, thank you very much. And Francis, would you like to join us, please? Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 90, which is gold, but Kay's got her hand up to sneak some, try and get some more points in there.
Yeah, I'd love to see some more points given to this image. The photographer has incorporated intentionally and placed every single element in that frame intentionally and brought a beautiful balance and a beautiful image. The tonal control in that image is phenomenal. Yeah, what
was your score?
I scored at 93.
Okay, we're going to come to, we'll go to Tony Stewart because he's at the other end.
Well, other end, only by a few points to be fair, at 88 silver distinction. So look, I certainly give credit here for my notes, shape, pattern, line, and the superb printing. So look, it's not going to be a hard sell, K, to come to gold. I believe the deliberate intent and the placement are all correct. So look, I will be coming up to help.
Okay, Rachel?
I'm on 92. I'm with you, Kay. Happy to go higher. Just one little thing to add. I really love the power of the leading lines and the use of highlight control to bring you up and around the image. And then when you get up in there, there's a couple of little weeny roosting birds just at the edge of the highlights on the round part, which is sort of like a little finding a little treasure as you follow the path. So I quite like that.
Does anybody else have anything to comment? Back to you, Kay, then. Or just go, Francis, sorry, if you go. Oh, okay.
This is a very, I guess I feel very emotive about this image. It's beautiful. If you can go higher, I'd love to see it gold distinction.
Okay, rescore, please, judges. And we have a score of 93, which is a gold award. Well done. Okay, can we have the next print, please? We have an initial score of 82, but Rachel, you will challenge this one.
I'm going to challenge this. I think this is an incredibly brave and cleverly done image. I love that there's no whites in there. I am thoroughly enjoying. I scored this 97. I'm thoroughly enjoying all of the sculptural aspects. I feel like we could be looking at a carved mountainside that's got faces all through it. I think it's really, really masterful and beautifully handled and presented. And I'd love to know what's holding everyone back so we can talk about it some more.
Well, Tony Stewart can probably help answer that one.
76, for the same reasons, I gave it bronze, and that I thought it was brave, and I kind of got that sort of, the sort of the mountains of Afghanistan with those Banyan statues. I kind of saw that reference, and I could see the sort of the shapes and the Easter Island type things, but I'm still wondering why the treatment is so heavy in order to convey that. So look, I'm listening. I'm not too sure that if we're going to 97 gold distinction, if this is best in class, that it's flawless, that I have that belief. So look, I'm listening to the rest of the crew to see what they think.
We might come down to Janine first.
So I gave this image 83, and I certainly saw all those references. The other thing that I really did enjoy was the paper choice for this, because it looks like sand, and that's what all of this is about in a way, with the erosion. But there's probably about three things that are really holding me back. One is the size of the print. For such a detailed exploration of this type of texture, it is quite difficult to see because the print is very small. The other is that sort of, as Tony said, that kind of darkness and, for want of a better word, flatness that really, I get that it's a creative choice to make this really subtle, but it might be just a little bit too far in that direction for me, but I'm certainly listening.
Okay, Kay, did you have something else to add? Okay, Francis, were you wanting to? Okay, Rachel, back.
Okay, cool. So Tony, you said that it needed to be flawless, but you didn't particularly give me any flaws to work with, so I'm going to address Janine's. The size, again, a choice. Who knows what's holding someone back on that? It's bigger than our minimum requirements, so that's not concerning me too much. The darkness and that sort of flat feel, I think that is actually giving me echoes of the Lord of the Rings, when you're going to Mordor through the valley and all of the ghosts. I think it's giving that sort of ghostly, ominous vibe, which is working really, really well. And I just think that it's brave and incredibly clever. I don't know how many images I've seen that have just handled everything in the darks and the shadows in such a powerful way. If you can't come up to gold distinction with me, I'd love to see this in the gold. What is it on?
It's currently on 82.
Okay, I'd like to see it on a gold at the very least, if you can come up with me, please.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 86, which is a silver distinction. Well done. Yep, can we have a blank screen, please? We are going to say thank you to Kay for a wee bit. And can we have Simone in, please? Right, next image, please. Can we have your scores, please, judges? We have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Okay, thank you. Can we have a comment from, let's hear from Simone today.
Well done, your bronze. Absolutely solid work there. Just beautiful. The muted tones going through. My eye just kept roaming around and just enjoying every single aspect. I love the detail in the sky. I think maybe just the saturation just down the lower little part of the frame, maybe just pulling that back a tiny bit could maybe help elevate that. But just well done. Beautiful, beautiful, delicate work.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Well done. Are we okay? Can we have a comment from Janine, please?
Look, congratulations on your award. This is a really well chosen technique for this landscape, and that the multiple exposure just really makes those foreground trees glow. They're very beautiful. It is great also for the background mountains. There is a lot going on in between, so maybe just reducing down the number of elements that you're trying to squeeze into the frame. Might be a good choice. Particularly, I think I did find the tree on the right-hand side a bit of a distraction, but keep going with this technique. It's very it's certainly adding value to this landscape.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 85, but we have an automatic challenge from, actually it's Tony.
92, gold, which I think if you ever wanted to describe an image, one word, abandonment, I think this would have to be it. You've got a world that has been well used by humans, by the accommodation in the cars, but there is not a sign of anyone there currently at the moment. So there is this apocalyptic feel that's punctuated with bold colour, strong geometric shape. And if you look around this, there's a couple of wee gems in this, and that is the piece of grass that's coming up through the building that's almost anchoring the car and the apartment complex. And there's a little bit of, there's a round, I don't know if it's a carburetor or something on the ground there that sort of flicked off from the car that just kind of connects those pieces of that jigsaw puzzle in this image. So for a landscape of this type, somewhere overseas, assumably, I find it extremely visually strong, but also quite descriptive in the power of its message.
Okay, Janine.
Thank you, Tony, for helping me out with a bit of a narrative on that one. I was on 78, and I say was because I will be coming up. One thing that I would really like to have a chat about is perhaps the choice to have this image in colour. I felt, a high contrast monochromatic image might have been really, really dramatic on this. So what the value the colour adds would be a good chat.
Okay, Francis.
I'm also in the gold. I'm 91. I think this is a very good environmental landscape. It's excellent landscape, environmental image that we presented. I do actually like the color. It's really challenging us because the colors, the blue and the green, not necessarily stand so well in harmony, but I think actually that makes the image stronger. I do agree on all the points Tony mentioned before, but I also particularly enjoy that very harsh background. It gives us another sense of isolation. There was people living there once. There's a lot of apartments there, but everything is empty, neglected. And I found that in a very emotional, strong narrative. I wonder what happened. Possibly in a war zone, people had to leave. It was getting too dangerous. So all these elements actually show me the harshness, the isolation, and the sadness, really, in this landscape. So have another look, and great to have the talk.
Did you have something else, Simone?
Yes, I was at 83 and I wanted to bring it up to a distinction. The story is really strong. I love that. I think the reason I didn't go up into a distinction is just I just wish we could have had a little bit of separation just between that building structure and the front subject of that vehicle. That would have given me a bit more impact, but strong image.
Okay, we're going to come back to Tony, please.
I think this would actually work as black and white, so I think your comment, Janine, is perfectly valid. But we are judging what's in front of us, which is a colour which I think is equally strong. I don't think it's a distraction by having that. But let me put it to you this way. That car with the colour is impact, and it's a physical impact as well as a visual impact. The colour itself is giving us this sense of hue, but you can imagine almost this car, and I don't believe this is a war zone, but it could be, where you've actually got this drop from a height and it's caused damage and it's caused carnage and no one lives there. This is something that humans are void from the space, and the fact you've got this car and the apartment touching, they're connected. The people are long gone from this. So I actually think the message is stronger than perhaps what you're understanding it currently at the moment. And I think the concept behind this is neglect and people leaving along this damage on the landscape, and I think this has actually been really well described for this category. 92, I'd urge you to do the same.
Rescore, please, judges. We're currently sitting on 85. And we have a score of 89, so I'll click a button. So judges, either 89 for silver distinction or 90 for gold, please. And we have a score of 90, which is a gold award. Well done. Okay, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have score of 86, which is a silver distinction. And Janine's going to challenge that.
I gave this image 90. It should have been 91 actually, but yeah. Anyway, I feel that the technique that's been used here has helped us get a real sense of place, and it's added layers, literally layers to the story. It's also been used judiciously. It's not over the top, it's subtle. I particularly am enjoying sort of like the sort of ghosting of the rock wall underneath the boats, and how the lighting and the elements in the image just sort of rise in an arch-like form. I also enjoy the way that the image has actually been burnt in on the edges, because I think that adds real atmosphere to and an ancient quality, which obviously these vessels are quite old. So yeah, please bring me your thoughts.
Tony.
84. And the fact that you were talking has just brought me a little bit more time, Janine. Look, I'm going to reconsider my score coming up. Perhaps not gold, but certainly gold distinction. I just found another wee element, which is the seagull, which for a multiple exposure, it's obviously coming in one frame, which I think is a wee bit of a gem. And I don't know if that's another bird or a bottle down the on the sand. So I kind of like these sort of wee tiny elements coming into this blend for what are quite sort of funky shapes to these ships.
Okay, Rachel.
Yeah, I scored this 88. Janine, I'm in support of this image with you. I love that you use the term ghost, because when I first looked at it, I was wondering why the multiple exposure. But I do feel like the way that that's been so carefully managed is adding ghost-like elements. And those are the more modern elements of the image, and I quite like that it's holding on to the history. So I find that really beautiful. It's all really well handled. I also really love that Tony said that he wasn't thinking about gold, but gold distinction. I thought that was great. Thanks, Tony.
Oh, I'm tired. I'm too tired.
Okay, back to you, Janine.
Thanks, guys, and thank you, Rachel, for pointing out the modern elements, because in a weird way, those modern elements like cell towers and light towers and all the rest of it, they add to that sense of history. How does that work? And the word I really don't feel like I have a great deal to address here. It's all been quite a positive discussion. So the word I would leave you with is judicious, because the person who has done this has done it carefully and with a lot of thought, and a real nod to history too. So thank you.
Rescore, please. And we have a score of 90, which is a gold award. Congratulations. Okay, we are going to give a blank screen, please. We're going to give Tony a wee break, and we're going to ask Mike to rejoin us, please. Judges, we are starting to edge into a lot longer, so if we can keep our remarks concise and just watch our timing a little bit, thank you. Right, next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 79, but Francis is going to challenge that.
Yes, I put that in a 83 silver range. I just think it's a very delicate, beautifully handled image, beautiful tones. I can see the leading lines coming from the right that sort of lead me right through around the boat and then bring me back on the left-hand side. I just like to, we're nearly there anyway, 1 point to go. So I'd just like to have another look and see how you actually feel about the image. It makes you feel really calm and beautiful with the tones. So have another look.
Okay, we'll come to Rachel first and then we'll go to you, Mike.
I scored the 73, so just outside of awards range. Pause for effect. For me, I'm really loving all the beautiful light and on the right hand side, and the left is really drawing me away. I just feel like there's too much on the left hand side detracting from that the steamship and the beautiful light on the right. Yeah.
Okay, Mike.
I gave the 78, which I think's a little generous even, mainly because of the moment of capture is completely the wrong moment, because we've got greys against greys. A moment earlier where it was against the brighter sky, or a moment later when it's against the brighter sky, would have separated out, especially the smoke from the steamer as well as the boat itself. So it's a moment lost as opposed to a moment found. So I just think it's the wrong moment.
Okay, Francis.
Right, just getting back to that, only 1 point away. I agree, the light could have been the moment. But the black smoke, I don't mind at all. I think that sort of harshness of the black smoke in this beautiful warm colours, it sort of balances itself nicely. And I think the left side is a bit darker, but I don't mind because that S shape coming from the left-hand side all the way through sort of guides me right into it. And then that little swirl on the left side brings me back to it. So it's just, for me personally, it's just a sort of a really feel-good image to look at. And yeah, I just encourage you to bring it into the silver range for this reason.
Rescore, please.
Just submit score.
We have stayed on 79, so judges 79 for bronze, 80 for silver, please. $79 bronze award. Next image, please. Score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Mike, please?
Given that this is a nighttime exposure, the exposure has actually been done for a daytime viewing. I think darker would have made it more emotional and more aesthetic.
Thank you, Mike. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have a comment from Rachel, please?
Well done to the photographer on achieving the bronze award. I think that sort of being in nature to capture that first light, you've done really well to achieve all the good things about that time. I'm assuming it's first light. I think just controlling your tones would certainly be something to have a look at. The other thing that I would really consider is the presentation of your print, perhaps reconsidering the what appears to me to be quite a warm coloured mat on a monochromatic print. And if you need help with cutting mats, take them to someone who can help you. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? Rachel, thank you very much. Can we have Rebecca to this panel? Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. And Rebecca's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I am. I put this in the silver range. I saw this on the run through and I'm really pleased I'm on the panel for it. Obviously a multiple exposure and it's just simple and it's beautiful. And the photographer has bought the placement of the paraded. I really think it's brilliant how you've got that really deep dark silhouette and then as you go through it lightens up and then you get this gorgeous kind of soft sky. I think, you know, it's that man-made versus nature, beautifully seen, captured. I just think that it is worthy of a silver. I do think that it sits in that range for all of those beautiful, simple, gradient reasons. And it's been well printed, beautiful.
Okay, Francis, you're at the other end.
Yes, beautiful tones and layers, that's really well achieved. I really enjoy that. I was just struggling a little bit with the purpose of the multiple exposure. But otherwise, yeah, I really enjoyed the tones and the layering.
Okay, and Mike, you're in the middle. You're on the scoring range.
Yeah, I gave the 77, and I think it's deserving of a bronze. But I do find the weight is very on the left, and I'm finding the right-hand side almost superfluous. Maybe a crop to the left would be stronger, but that's just how I feel.
Okay, Rebecca.
Not a huge amount of negatives there. For me, the right-hand negative space is super, super important. And I think that it allows your eye to kind of enjoy that detail and then flow off into the distance, into that softness. If it was cropped, I think it would be too busy, tight, etc. Only asking for a few more points. I think that it's deserving of a silver.
Rescore, please. $77 bronze award. Well done. Okay, next print, please. We have a score of 73. Could we have a comment from Mike, please?
Yeah, I gave the 72. I actually felt that there's just the viewpoint and the choice of aperture are two things that are causing a visual conflict. The background doesn't need to be out of focus to make that foreground strong, and most of the background actually is important to it. The merger of the trunk with the background line is another area that's distracting. So I just think that the composition could be changed to make the foreground stronger. At the moment, the foreground and the background are competing.
Thank you. Right, can we have a blank screen, please? We are going to say hello to Glenn, and Janine, have a break, please. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 86, but we have an automatic challenge from Rebecca, please.
You can just breathe this image in, can't you? I mean, what a treat to look at this from a distance and then get up there. And I've written down delicate. It's lacy. It feels like beautifully lace. It's cold. You can feel the crispiness of it, yet it's got this warmth to it, which is really fascinating. There's this gorgeous tree on the right, quite close to that right-hand edge of the frame, but I think that's been, put just in the right place. Your eye wanders through and you can imagine kind of walking through that beautiful forest, and then you come to this, the tree in the front just holds your attention. I just think the print is absolutely gorgeous, well handled, the exposure, detail and all the different tonal range. It's a piece of expert art, and I've put it on 90, so let's go.
Okay, Mike, you're at the other end.
I gave this 84. I will be coming up because I actually do like it. I do find the foreground a bit busy and competing with what I really love, which is the trees in the background. So those dark areas on the bottom edge are quite distracting for me, and I'd sooner not see them, because what the subject is just so, as you say, delicate and beautiful, and so, but I'll go up to a distinction.
Okay, and in the middle, we've got Glenn. Would you like to, anything else to add?
Yeah, look, I'm just, I'm very happy with where it's ended up. I gave it an 87. I love the warmth at the bottom. There's some subtle nuances there, but to be pushed into gold, I think that's a step too far. It has got a lot of simple things done well, but it doesn't have the X factor that would drag me into a gold.
Okay, Rebecca.
Just to address the bottom there, look, it's pretty much a quarter of the, the horizon of the top there, and I think without it, it would be quite boring. I think it gives a warmth and a sort of a lead-in to going into that forest. I might be pushing it to get it to gold, but look, it's a beautiful piece of art, so let's see how we land.
Okay, rescore, please. We've snuck it up a couple. 88 silver distinction, well done. Okay, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 86, but we have an automatic challenge coming from Mike, please.
I gave this 92. I just felt it was very original. It's the sky almost looks infrared, which is making the sky really exciting. The concrete angle on the bottom left is pointing your eye to the main subject, and the subject is just phenomenally sort of empty and lonely, and I just find the whole thing almost apocalyptic. It's quite beautiful.
Okay, Rebecca.
That was coming. I actually scored this out of award range. I really just wanted to just love it for everything. However, I just go straight to the sky, which leads me straight to the edge of the mountains, which the masking of the sky to get that deep colour is just technically, there's like this black edging to it that just it just lets me down. And I really, what I want to have a really good look at is the building and the sense of isolation that I think this image is about, yet all I just go to is that middle of the white sky and you know, that sharp edging, which I think has just been handled a bit heavy. So I am listening, and I will come up into an award range, but sort of, yeah, any higher.
Okay,
Not
Glenn.
sure.
My initial mark there was 83 because I too love that sky, and there was something quite apocalyptic going on. Mike, I love the use of that word. There was just for me, and I'm asking Mike just to almost to address it, there was just for me a disconnect between the sky and the foreground. Yes, there's a barrenness in it, but it's almost a nice bright blue sky, well, grey sky day, but yeah, it's almost, there's a niceness that jars against the apocalyptic sky that just holds me back a little bit from going into the gold zones.
Okay, Mike.
Unfortunately, you're right. So I can't really address it. I would have liked to, let me put it this way. If the foreground had had the same contrast that the sky's got, I think it would have been a gold with distinction. That's all I can say.
Rescore. We have a score of 88, silver distinction. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award, and Francis is going to challenge that.
Yes, this landscape gives me a very good sense of place. It's a neglected area of a building. I do like the rustic look of the building. I think that's handled quite well. I particularly like the leading line from the fence from the left hand coming in. Yes, I can see a few flaws. It's the vignetting on the top and the right-hand side a little bit soft, but I'm in 81, and I'd just like you to have another look at the placement of all the elements and the narrative of the image, and reconsider your score.
Okay, I've got 3 of you on 76. Who would like it? Oh, Glenn got his hand up slightly faster, Simone.
Yeah, I was there at 76, and for a couple of reasons, and you pointed out two of them, and that was the heavy vignette top right and the out of focusness bottom right. That really bugs me for an image that was going to go into a silver. That's a serious award, and that's a pretty big flaw. Also, it's a location. I've seen this photograph a lot and this location a lot. I do love the introduction of the sign. That's kind of newish in the scenario, but I have seen this shot a number of times.
Okay, anybody else in the middle got anything to say? Okay, Francis, back to you.
I appreciate that. Yes, the top-hand corner is an issue, and I have not seen that location, so I'm quite stunned with this location. Sometimes you can see a location many times. Sometimes you can see it for the first time. It can still impress you. I particularly enjoy the leading line coming in from the left. I do also think that little light, it could also be a speaker, but I think it's a light on the top of the pole there is just pointing us straight towards the building, giving us a bit of an idea, saying, look at me, I'm still here, and I've got a new sign. So please consider your score again and come up a few points.
Rescore, please. $77 Bronze Award. Okay. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Cool. Mike, would you like to do feedback for this, please?
Yeah, the sky is absolutely fantastic, amazing. Unfortunately, the foreground doesn't quite live up to the same expectations. So make a little bit more of the foreground. There are some tracks there. There is some contrast that could be had down there, but do think about your foreground.
Okay, can we have a blank screen, please? Thank you, Francis. Have a break. And thank you, Glenn. Can we have Kay and Tony, please? Next image, please. Okay, we've score initially of 89, and Kay's going to challenge that because she can.
I've scored this into gold, 92. When I looked at this, I immediately thought of the photographer Alfred Stieglitz and a lot of the almost mundane scenes that they photographed way back in the early days of photography. And it's got this really, and the colour palette that the photographer's chosen to use here with the rusty tones and the rusty baking tin and things like that, all add to that sense of antiqueness and age, and yet the scenery is also beautiful that they've actually captured. There's a beautiful softness of the light. There's a beautiful sort of elements of texture in both the landscape and the sky. I'm really looking forward to hearing what others have to say. I've got it on 92 gold.
Okay, and we're coming down to Rebecca, please.
Not too far down. I popped this in silver distinction 85. Yeah, I'm going to come up a couple more points. I think, for all the qualities that you've mentioned, Kay, that dark line coming in on the left, the shadows or the reflection in the water there's just no detail in that. And I was just like, I just would have loved to see it just looks like sort of quite a inky dark line, and I might be wrong, you can correct me, but I do think the horizon on the left is dropping to the left a little bit, and I'm trying to get right in there to kind of resolve that, but I do think the actual horizon, there's a little bit of a hill above it, but yeah, I might be wrong there. I will come up a couple of points and I'm listening.
Okay, Tony, you had your hand up.
87, and I think it's not a hard sell actually to go to gold. And I've just sort of realised the analogy too here between the baking tray and the wetland landscape. There's almost a pioneering quality where people come out, the bakers, and that sort of that grafting farmyard kind of getting established on the land. So I've just kind of seen that, and I thank you for the Stieglitz reference as well, enjoying the natural triptych that this has been divided into. So good job.
Okay, does anybody else have anything else to add? Simone?
Yeah, I was really gutted that I wasn't chosen to challenge this, and it's given me an advantage because now I can raise my score, Kay. I was at 91. I'm going to go to a very high gold. I'm going to go to a 94. I absolutely adore this. I can just imagine the woman or man who has designed this. They're pulling out, bringing in the sense of time and place, and I love the as you talked about, the basic landscape. It's not a huge flash landscape. It's just so real. Rebecca, I think there is enough detail down in that bottom water area and the horizon. You can definitely see land behind that. I don't think there's a problem with anything there. Very, very funky cool. Gold.
Okay.
I think everyone's said it for me. Rebecca, to address that darkness, to me it's about the grittiness. The landscape, it's not a beautiful, tranquil landscape, but there's a grittiness and rawness to the whole thing. And that contrast really emphasises and accentuates that. So for me, that actually really works. Everything in this image works really beautifully. So yeah, if you can score higher than me at 92, go for it.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 92, which is a gold award. Congratulations to the photographer. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Rebecca, please?
Oh, the warmth in this just makes me happy. Beautifully placed and composed image. it's just a shame that I really want to see a little bit more detail in those carvings. You know, there's a tiny bit in the middle one, but you know, they are pretty special, and I think would really just lift it if that was the case. But well done on your bronze.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And Kay's hands up. Yep.
I just put this in silver. I'm actually really enjoying the colour, the saturation of colour, the movement in the trees through the use of ICM, and just the path that allows us to lead us through into the scenery. It's nicely printed. There's beautiful detail everywhere, and it's an ordinary scene that can often be overlooked, but I think the photographer's done well and treated it really nicely. I've scored 83.
Okay, thank you. We're going to come to Tony, please.
I'm out of award range. I do like the sense of place that you've got this, like a quiet reflection in nature, which is something I am picking up on this image. I'm finding the blacks are clumping, and we've got the slivers of silver in the trees is somewhat distracting against the sort of the warm tones and the warmth. So I'm just not sure that the execution of this is an award range for me.
Okay, Simone.
Yeah, I was right on 76, which it got awarded there. I really appreciate too the blending of that dark mode with the with your double exposure. I think you've done that in a really nice way. I feel just with the print, I just feel like I want to be lifted. I know it is a dark scene, but I feel like it just needs a little bit of lifting in the actual print. Would have helped me further. But yes, it's beautiful.
Thank you. Back to you, Kay.
Yeah, I see those lights in the trees. It's almost like fairy lights that are taking you through the scene. And I just love the way that the different tones and the leaves are actually working together. So I've got it on 83. It's just in a low silver because I feel it sits there. So yeah, feel free to do what you wish.
Okay, judges, rescore, please. 77 bronze award. Congratulations. Okay, can we have a blank screen, please? We are going to say thank you to Simone for the moment. And Matt Palmer, would you like to join the panel for the first time? Okay. Right, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Okay, congratulations. Could we have a comment from Mike, please?
I think there's too much emphasis on the bottom part of the image that doesn't bring as much attention as the weight that it's giving it. So I'd just reduce the amount at the bottom, possibly a square to the top, but I just felt it was the weight was wrong.
Thank you. Could we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 71. Could we have a comment for the photographer from Matt, please?
Yeah, I think compositionally this is classic, but really well done. I think ultimately it comes down to coming at a better time of day that's going to provide more atmosphere for that beautiful tree that you found. The movement of the bird between the two branches is also a lovely detail.
Thank you. Right, can we have another blank screen, please? Rebecca and Mike, would you like to go get some lunch? And can we have Rachel and Roger, please? Okay, just while we're waiting for a slight moment, we'd like to thank our category sponsor, Ilford. And as you can hear, the judges are starting to cycle through lunch today, and it is sponsored by Arringa Farms. And the morning tea was sponsored by the Emerald Hill Partnership. Right, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 84, which is a silver award. And Roger's going to challenge that.
I scored this an 87. I put it up there. I thought there was a higher level of thoughtfulness, use of contrast, use of light, really. It's a play in light, which is quite unusual, and I think it deserves rewarding. In particular, just the three little squares of light that lead you into... Well, I suppose that first, I guess that they are light coming through windows elsewhere, so they hint to elsewhere in this space. But they dance you on a sort of musical little trip, and then you're up to that vertical light, and then through. And then I looked at it and thought, well, perhaps it should be cropped a bit further from the top, but there's actually a tiny slither of light just above the window, so it's quite a thoughtful piece and a great use of negative space and contrast and light. It's a study in light. So I think it's deserving of a bit more of a chat.
Okay, can we come down to Matt, please?
Yeah, I was in support in silver. I probably read a narrative into it which may actually improve it. I feel like you don't peek into the windows of your own home, so this is some mysterious stranger that's peeking through the window, and then the light's guiding through. You kind of feel like you're unprotected because whoever this is has access to where you are, and I feel like that is a really strong theme to work with. I was in silver rather than silver distinction straight away because I feel like the blacks could have been used in some way to elevate that idea. but I'm definitely open to moving to silver with distinction.
Thank you. Just a reminder, judges, to speak into the microphones, not to your other panellists. Can we hear from Tony Stewart, please?
I think, Matt, you're too newly married not to be locked out. Like, I love the bold interpretation and the sense of something really, really simple and basic being described really, really well. So, look, I'm actually convinced, Roger, that you've got something going on in silver distinction.
Okay, back to you, Roger, please.
Yeah, Matt's sort of drawn my eye to the aspect of it that overlooked really, which is the stranger outside, and it's sort of that adds a sort of creepiness to it, the whole thing, doesn't it? And so the black's utterly appropriate, and you just imagine one step, two step, three step, and he's in, you know, and that's those three white squares. So it's simple, but it's clever. So let's reward it.
Rescore, please. '86 silver distinction. Well done. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, that is a score of 74. Could we have a comment for the photographer from Rachel, please?
Yes, it's a lovely graphic image. I find that to elevate it into an award range, a little bit more finesse in the contrast and the saturation would go a long way. It's a little bit heavy in those.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Tony Stewart, please?
Lovely sense of scale here with the human figure on the very left, juxtaposed against such sort of rugged, harsh sort of mountains. You kind of know this is a place where it's inclement and it's sort of place you've got to be pretty careful to be around. I really don't know there's much more I can suggest to improve this. I think it's a great job on silver.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 73. Not congratulations. Can we have a comment from Rachel, please? Sorry.
Actually, I haven't got anything that can bring it
Okay,
up. So if
Matt,
someone else can.
thank you.
Yeah, I think that the aircraft in this image and the landscape have been rendered beautifully. I think it almost has commercial application in terms of highlighting that landscape, the aircraft, but as a landscape, perhaps simplifying it a little bit more. Those trees in the bottom left are pulling attention away from what's going on in the image, and perhaps finding a composition where the aircraft is travelling into space rather than out of it.
Lovely, thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Could we have a comment from Roger, please?
Yeah, this is a simple scene, well rendered, really. I particularly enjoyed the placement of the elements in the scene, which they're all in the right place in terms of their position of the trees in relation to the tussocks, I guess. I wonder whether slightly different camera angle. I'm slightly bothered by the reflection of those two trees, if you're going to improve things. But overall, a really gentle, simple landscape, which you can relate to.
Thank you, Roger. Can we have a blank screen, please? And I will say thank you, Roger, for the time being. Can we have Glenn, please? And Tony, we will swap you for Janine, please. Next image, please. Okay, here we go. We have a score of 76, and with a challenge from Matt, please.
Yeah, so I think this is elevated beyond a lot of in-camera movement captures. I think the photographers use lighting in such a way that they can include the wispiness of those water lines in the foreground, which adds a lovely textural value to that area. There's some little pops of white just on the horizon line as if to allude to the feeling of distant white-capped mountains. There's a beautiful colour palette and feeling to the image. I've put it into silver.
Okay, we're coming down the other end now to Rachel, please.
Yeah, I'm sitting at 73, so just below award range. I enjoyed all of the things that you mentioned, Matt, but for me the heaviness of the saturation is taking away from the subtle beauty that has been captured, especially the line of I want to say the horizon line, but the line of and the land that goes along that left-hand side is very, very red, possibly even at the risk of pushing gamut boundaries, and it's just a bit too much for me.
Okay, anybody else in the middle got anything to add? No? Okay, back to you, Matt, please.
Yeah, so I see that too, but I interpret it as the first light on that grassy kind of area of the coast. And when you get that first light, it can be incredibly and richly red I feel like it's been actually quite handled in that regard. And then you've got this beautiful soft palette of the sky and the light coming in from the right, which motivates that redness in what I see in the left. So I believe as much as we're seeing an alternative kind of take on the landscape through ICM, we're also seeing authenticity in the richness of those colours that would be hitting the coastline there. So I'm still in silver, see what you can do.
Okay, rescore, please. Okay, we've scored 78, which is a bronze award. Well done. Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. And Janine's going to challenge that.
I gave this image 84 and I'm really unsure of what I'm looking at, but I don't have a problem with this. I think, and I'll just share a very brief story. At home we have pheasants. They're beautiful birds with amazing plumage, and that is where I went with this. So not only the bright colours, but it's the actual construction of the image. It does look like a bird's wing or something similar. That is where I went in my head, and I'd be stoked to know where you guys went.
Okay, well, Kay's going to tell you that. Kay?
Yeah, I actually really enjoy the image. I've scored it 77. And it reminds, I'm not interested in it necessarily in a landscape per se, but in a piece of art, because it reminds me a little bit of Jackson Pollock with all his paints and things splattered around. I do wonder whether the cropping's not quite right, and that's where I'm a little bit hesitant.
Okay, Glenn, sorry, you were...
I was actually down there on 73, and it's not very often I complain about orange, but the orange is really blocked up, and it just killed the photo for me, which is really sad. And although I did discover the ripples in the water in the top right hand corner, which gave me some clues to what I was looking at, but yeah, seeing how blocked up those colours were just really dragged it back down again for me.
Okay, back to Janine, thank you.
Okay, we're talking about colours and cropping. I think I do take your point, Glenn, but I think there are some areas where there is detail in those oranges, and that is potentially something that could be improved on. And I think with regard to the cropping, I feel like it sort of gives the strong part of the image a little room to breathe, because there is a lot going on, and that allowed me to tell my wee story about feathers of birds, etc., etc. I think, what are we on at the moment, 77?
78.
78, nice. So we haven't got too far to go to give this really creative landscape, and I think someone did refer to it being an art piece. So putting that lens on it, if you would like to reconsider your score, come up a couple of points into the silver realm, that would be great.
Rescore, please. Okay, we are in a review. We are 79 at present. Could we have a 79 or an 80, please? And we've stayed 79 Bronze Award. Congratulations. Could we have the next print, please?
Right, we have a score of 73. And Janine, would you like to make a comment? Would you like to challenge? Matt. Matt, you'd like to make a comment?
So I think this image is full of beautiful elements. That little orange tree on the bank that draws you over to the other side of the river, the little cross hidden in the foreground. But it almost feels like there's too many elements that compete for attention of the main subject. So perhaps deciding on what attracts you the most to the scene and then making the image as much about that one thing as possible.
Thank you, Matt. Next image, please. And we have a score of 75 bronze. And who'd like to make a comment? Matt, right. That's what that symbol means, right.
The driftwood element in this image is beautiful. It speaks to permanence and impermanence, and then you've got that lovely flow of the water underneath it. To help improve the image, the left-hand side is very heavy, so you could look at either how you treat the shadows in the image or potentially working with a different crop that takes some of that left off and just leaves you with the good stuff on the right.
Thank you. Next image, please. And we have a score of 76. And Rachel would like to challenge that.
I scored this 81. There's a slightly uncomfortable voyeuristic nature to this, me peeking over the fence, looking at what my neighbour's washing is, that I quite enjoyed, and also the way that the very, very mundane has been brought to us, sort of reminiscent of the work of Joanna Margaret Paul and her windows looking out into the landscape. But this is looking in, or potentially looking into the window. The curtains are closed. Also really enjoying the little quirks on the house that have been left in the frame, like that broken bit of guttering above the window and stuff. So I've put it into silver.
Kay, could we hear from you from the other end?
Yeah, I was out of award range. I appreciated and enjoyed the voyeuristic nature of the image. I felt the foreground is just a little bit too heavy in terms of, it needs to be there because that adds to that narrative in terms of voyeurism. But I felt it was just a little bit too heavy. And even just the cropping on the left-hand side, just bringing it in just a fraction, just to get rid of that black. I'm could come up to bronze, but at the moment I'm, listening.
Matt.
Yeah, I saw what you saw, and I think the beauty in this image, as well as the deterioration of the scene as well, but the beauty is that plant that pops out in front of the clothes and is providing a moment of vibrance. I was in the bronze range, rewarding the creativity of showcasing this as a landscape. I think the fence, there is the right amount of it, and I agree that it's a little heavy, but that is the fence that the photographer had, so I don't want to pull them back too much for that. And it does allow you to basically acknowledge the fences there to give you that voyeuristic aspect, but then move past it quickly because all of the light is past it. So I'm happy to reward it. I would consider coming up as well.
Rachel, you all right? Oh, sorry, Janine, you got something new?
Yeah, super quick. So I was on 76 and I possibly would have gone higher, but for one thing. I looked in there and thought, this has been set up because the washing's not pegged to the washing line. They don't live in central Otago, maybe. So yeah. I just got that feeling after having a good look.
And Rachel.
I think if it was set up, I wouldn't feel quite as uncomfortable about who my neighbour is. I've got 3 sons, and I can guarantee you the pegs do not get looked at. So it may not be a set-up, it may just be teenagers. I think Matt addressed the other concerns there. I think for me the silver is the cleverness and the mundaneness of the scene, but also the fact that it is making me feel uncomfortable about who's next door, and it's that feeling that I am rewarding it for the silver.
And please rescore. And we have a score of 79, so we need to review. 79 or 80, please. And we have a score of 80, which is a silver. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 81. And Glenn, would you like to challenge that?
My initial score was 88. When I went up there, I was really rewarded with discovering the storyline that goes into this. I love the muted colour palette. I love the use of green. There's a lovely dirtiness to this. There's a broody quality in that sky that's thoroughly enjoyable. Initially, I did not like the Waratah coming up on the right-hand side and the heavy, I just think it's a couple of trees chopped down on the left-hand side. But the more I think about it, the more I realise those elements are quite important. And that allows the photographer to go with the panorama shape, which also works with the nature of the image. I would have even gone higher had there have not been a couple of flaws, which I won't be pointing out, but I think for the communication that's in here and the overall feel and flavour, I'm really enjoying this and imploring you to come charging up with me.
Thank you. Could we hear from Kay, please?
Yeah, I've sort of seen this scene before, and for me, it didn't have the impact that it's had for you. And I guess all of the things that you enjoy about it were the things that disturbed me about it. So I'm on 73, just out of a ward range. I found that almost that muted tones in the image, they were almost over-lightened. The trees in the background almost feel unnatural in terms of the lightness that's been applied to them. Yeah, I'm listening.
Rachel would like to hear from you.
Yeah, I'm coming up with you, Glenn. I scored this 83 and I'm glad you challenged it and I'm happy to join. I think that the photographer's placed himself in a beautiful position so that centre part of the gate lines up right in the middle of that big tree in the background, which is lovely. But what really gets me is the fact that this is a place of memorial to soldiers from Gallipoli. It's empty. We lost so many and yet there's nothing there. And that just makes me wonder what we're really seeing.
And Glenn.
I love being disturbed by this. We should embrace that feeling. It's meant to be. Come on up to silver with distinction.
And could you please rescore? And we have a score of 85, silver with distinction.
Can we have a blank screen, please?
Right, next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score, initial score of 79, and Janine. Janine, yes, would you like to challenge that?
Yes, so I actually scored this image 86. I think it was the quiet observation of something so easily passed by and seeing all those beautiful textures in the ice and the marks that have been left by I know not what, and then the reflection of the sky above, and then cap it all off with a sensational paper choice for this image that has really brought forward that three-dimensional quality. Yeah, thoughts, please. I was on 86.
And Matt at the other end of the scale, please.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the center of this image as well, and the splash and the resulting little mini splashes and the texture that created overlaid with the sky. What held me back was I felt like the paper was appropriate for the center of the image, but for the grass it felt really inauthentic. And perhaps either cropping the grass off entirely and just leaving us with this beautiful abstract splash in the center, or choosing a paper that's going to suit both the grass and the water would have pushed me up higher, but I'm happy to listen.
And Rachel, sorry, Kay. Rachel jumped in just before.
I'll be quick, just in case. I scored the 78. I'm happy to come up into the silver with you, Janine. I didn't realise that was ice. That I thought it was just water, and I've discovered this quite lovely ghostly face and shape looking towards all of the bubbles, almost like they're blowing the bubbles out from into the rest of the frame, which is going to push me higher.
Thank you, and Janine.
Thank you for the face, Rach. That's awesome. Look, just to address the grass, I think the grass on the bottom it's really intentional to frame the image because it is a match with the grass at the top. I mean, it's obviously a different shape, but you've got a similar colour going on. So I feel that's been used as a framing device. So put your creative hats on, see what you see. If you can't join me in silver distinction, please, silver I think would be totally appropriate for this image.
Judges, please rescore. And we have 83, a silver award. Could we have a blank screen, please? Matt, could you have a little break? And Francis, would you mind stepping up? Next image, please. And we have a score of 80. And Francis, you'd like to challenge that?
Yeah, we just are presented with an absolutely stunning image with full of emotions, but also the tonality is absolutely gorgeous. How it goes from the blacks all the way up to the light, and then that orange on the mountain is just processed really, really well. Also, I get quite a nice feel of place where I could be somewhere maybe in the air or on the road, sort of watching this beautiful landscape in the movement as it sort of passes through. I even have a feel of this sunset or sunrise hanging in there for quite a while. It's lit already, some of the landscape in between, but the closer to the edge is still in the dark, just about to be getting more of this daylight in as well. So I just think it's really well presented and very well done, and it really takes me there. I want to be there.
Thank you. Can we hear from Rachel, actually, on the other end of the scale?
I scored this 77. I think it is worthy of an award, and I'm quite happy with it in bronze. For me, the brightness in the upper right is bringing me away from all of the subtlety and the detail on the left-hand side of the image. I do quite enjoy the implication of a road or a car, as if this is something that's been taken as you're driving past. I think that's really nicely done. But yeah, to go higher, I would need to not be drawn so quickly out of the frame.
Thank you. And Janine, in the middle?
It's great to have a conversation about this image, and I did definitely enjoy all the things that have been pointed out. In fact, I felt a real sweeping motion, like I was starting to gesticulate with my hands. So it's all good. But I would love, Francis, for you to just have a chat to me about this sort of, and it's possibly from the inside of a car, but a little bit of stuff going on in the bottom left-hand side that could be the interior of a vehicle. And it just, I find, I stop there and I find that just, for want of a better word, a little bit messy.
What was your score, Janine?
Sorry, my score was 83, so I was in support.
And Francis, would you like to reply?
Yes, certainly. Look, I don't think we need to specifically find something in that left-hand corner. Have you ever been in an airplane for like 16 hours and you just landed and the sun just come up? You kind of get a bit of a fuzzy in your eyes and you can't see quite as clearly. You might see some of the landing strip, but you get this motion and the colors, and then suddenly you actually see this orange and the sun coming up. That's the feeling I get, just about to land, and there's all the movement and a bit of jet lag in it and the whole sort of feeling of it. But you might arrive in a new place or you come back home, but there is an emotional effect as you land in this landscape, as you just come into it. So yeah, I just thought it was a very strong image. So have another look at it and see how you feel about it, and just come up in the silver distinction range with me.
Judges, could you please rescore? And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Next image, please. Right, we have an initial score of 82 and an automatic challenge from Rachel.
I scored this 92 in gold. It's taken me on a beautiful journey somewhere that I would love to go, and I can't actually fault it. I think it is absolutely beautifully handled. We've got subtle details throughout. It's stunningly printed, great paper choice. We've got a hero there on the left with the tree that is bending into the frame, but it's taken so cleverly that the tip of the tree is not actually breaking the peaks of the mountains. The sky has enough tone through it to not be blown out and distracting. I think it's really, really beautifully handled, and I've rewarded it with a gold at 92.
Thank you. Glenn, could we hear from you, please?
Rach and I have been scoring identically for the last 10 minutes, and I come in with a 77 just to mess with things. I did find some flaws with it, and there was just lots of little things that just bugged me at the end of the day. The very scrappy foreground, I thought, was taking up too much real estate. The fact that the edge of the water on the left-hand side runs into the edge of the frame bugged the hell out of me. There was, and as an environment, it lacked the hero component. You've mentioned the tree as a hero, but it's a pretty low-key hero in my eyes, and the fact the tree at the base blends into the background a little bit also bugs me. Yeah, so there's a lot of reasons why I'm just not there.
And Kay, could we hear from you in the middle?
Yeah, I'm sitting on 83. I could come up a little bit. I definitely could, because I see both sides in terms of what you've said, Glenn. But what I really love is the light, the time of day that this photographer's actually captured the image. I think is just beautiful. The light on those trees, and it's not that hero tree, because to me that's actually, it's a supporting act, but it's not the hero, because it's the light on those trees that are just touching it as the sun's hitting it, that to me what draws my attention. Beautiful tones through the image. I'm prepared to possibly come up to silver distinction, but maybe not gold.
Thank you, Kay. Rachel, would you like to reply?
Definitely. Thanks, guys. So, Glenn, the foreground, yeah, it is a little bit scrappy. I mean, it's a riverbed. If we cropped it up, or if the photographer cropped it up, you'd probably run into issues with the large rock-looking cut off and drawing your eye down. The water coming through on the left, it's got to come from somewhere. My hero tree, not all heroes wear capes. It can be a subtle hero. Yeah, I just think that it's beautifully handled. The light that Kay has mentioned, and just the delicate and finessed way that this has been presented to us has put it into a gold for me. So if you can't come up to gold, come as high as you can. I'm on 92. Let's see what we can do.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. And it has a score of 86, silver with distinction. Could we ask for a blank screen, please? And Kay and Glenn, would you mind just having a little break? And Tony and Mike. Right, next image, please. And we have a score of 77. That's a bronze award. Congratulations. Anyone like to make a comment? Tony.
Loving the mystery of the location with the rhythmic flow. I suspect there's actually a couple of different images within this, so just encouraged it perhaps to try a couple of variations of crop.
Thank you. Could we have the next image, please? So we have an initial score of 79 and an automatic challenge from Tony Stewart.
I went in gold 91. I thought this was a beautiful description of the tones, virtually every possible tone in a landscape, yet extremely well considered and controlled. I love the fact you've kind of got these little wee point elements. You've got that cusp of cloud in that sort of top left quadrant. You've got the sort of the band of trees that have got the backlighting and highlight to the bottom left. You've got the sort of the ridge line of the cloud to the bottom right. I do think the description and control of this image in the landscape is so beautifully described. I think we deserve more than a bronze currently, team.
Thank you, Tony. Could we hear from Rachel on the other end of the scale?
I scored this 75. I do think it is worthy of an award. I don't know how far you'll get me, Tony. You mentioned the backlighting and the trees and the ridgeline on the left, and that's actually what's keeping me out of a higher award range, because I feel like the handling of that could have been kinder.
Thank you. Could we hear from Mike, please?
I haven't got a lot to add apart from the fact that it's the highlighting on the tree on the left more so than the right is just so out of control that it's actually ruining everything that's working very well within the image. So to give it a bronze is saying it's really good for what it's done, but going any higher would be overrating it.
Thank you, Mike. Could we hear from Tony, please?
Well, if I can't convince Mike for a high contrast black and white, I don't know who I can. So look, I might be pushing a bit too hard and fast. Hey, look, do what's in your heart. Look, if you think that's where it's at, so be it. I believe it's worth more. And I just urge a little bit more consistency with what we've been rewarding in terms of the things we're picking up on. I think we've got a little bit more going on here than what you're currently seeing. Sorry. Can I let me retract that. Look, I believe it's a little bit higher than what it currently is at the moment on bronze. I've gone 90. Let's see if you can find it in your heart for silver for the control over the tonal range.
Thank you. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Next image, please. And we have an initial score of 84. Janine, do you want to challenge that?
Surely will. I'm on 86, so not a big leap. I enjoyed the creativity of this image and the way it segments the landscape. And obviously you've got different colours. I mean, it doesn't require a great deal of interpretation to appreciate this image, which is its strength. And then you've got the little nugget in the middle, which is the little shed, which mirrors the colours on the orange side of things. Yeah, I think it's worthy of consideration for just a couple more points into silver distinction. Oh, by the way, the media choice on this, brilliant.
Thank you, Mike. Could we hear from you on the other end?
Not far away, nothing negative to say. I'm listening, and what you're saying is good.
And Rachel, could we hear from you?
I'm even closer. I'm on 83. I'm going to try not to be too negative, but I am spending all of my time in the beautiful textures that have got a really 3D feel on the left-hand side, and I'm not as rewarded on the right-hand side of the image, and that's what kept me just out of that distinction range. But again, it sounds like we're a tight bunch, so we're listening.
Thank you. And Janine, what a reply.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how to address that, Rach. It's sort of like the introduction into it, and you've got these strong complementary colours, and so yeah, maybe you leave the image and rest on the orange, which is kind of an interesting thought. But yeah, it works like clockwork, really, this one. Yeah, give us your best shot. I'm on 86.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. And we have a final score of 86, silver distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have a blank screen, please? And Rachel, if you don't mind stepping down, and Simone, time for you to step up forward. And next image, please. And we have a score of 74. Everyone happy with that? And anyone like to make a comment? Michael?
Unfortunately, the timing of this is possibly not the most optimum time. Waiting for the clouds to move so that the wind farm is separated more would have made it stronger, I think.
Thank you. And next image, please. And we have a score of 78, a bronze award. And could we hear from Tony Stewart?
I love the mood and the froth with the churning sea. I think there's a great sense of location that I pick as a West Coast beach, which is brilliant. A little bit heavy in the top left vignette, and I would also say a little bit of the highlight in the foam is being lost as well.
Thank you. Could we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 75, bronze.
So I pushed this image into the silver. I think it was quite intriguing and really rewarded you when you went in close. But from a distance, for a start, I sort of the shape of the land was really interesting. It's sort of, I thought, oh, this looks like a female form lying on its side, and then I went in for the closer look, and then these hikers hiking up it, and I don't know, that just really intrigued me, and I felt like the sense of timing for the photographer was really good. So yeah, thoughts?
Thank you, Mike. Could we hear from you on the bottom end?
I gave the 71, which isn't an award, because I got totally distracted from the landscape by the figures, and I felt that I was compelled to focus on the people, which really doesn't add to the landscape subject. Yeah.
Thank you. And Simone, could we hear from you in the middle?
Yes, I had this at 74, just under the award range. I really liked the story of this. You know, the walkers going down and then having the next hill to go up, and I did see that form as well. I think what pulled me back was just when they're going up to that point. I felt quite constricted because of the darkness on that side. I just felt like it was almost like I didn't want to be over there.
Thank you. Janine, could we hear from you again?
I think this might be an every point counts situation, and it's really up for interpretation whether you think the walkers add to the image. For me, I think they do, and I feel like without them it would perhaps not have quite the same interest. They are carrying really heavy bags, and it's kind of opaque, and so obviously it is a mission, and it looks like a mission. And I think they're well placed in the form of the land, so yeah, every point counts, guys.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. And we have a final score of 75, a bronze award. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 80. And Janine, like to challenge that?
I'm keeping myself busy here. I felt like this was a really considered study, and to things like including the top and bottom textures to sort of keep us within that frame, and then framing the one bit of interesting colour in the beige with the briar rose, I thought was a really good complement to the colour palette. I think one of the things that I actually really enjoyed about this was the softness and flatness. And that is something that drew me into this story about the history of this structure. So, yeah, obviously there are some differing opinions out there, and looking forward to hearing them.
Thank you. Could we hear from Mike, please, on the other end?
I gave the 74. The flatness that you obviously like is what I don't like, and it's because it's treated everything in the image with the same value. And I'd like to see a separation or some feeling of depth, because we are looking at a three-dimensional sort of object, but it's actually been rendered just in the one flat plane. The other element is it's architectural, and if it's going to be rendered as an architectural image, then things need to be square. Everything is tilting to the left, both top and verticals. So yeah, they're just things that irk me, that's all.
Thank you. Simone, could we hear from you?
Yeah, I was in the middle here. I was at a good solid silver, which was 83. I like the softness, Mike. I prefer it over anything more crunchy. I love I can see a lot of sense of time and story here of the natural world wanting to take over a place that's actually not that pretty anymore, and it's going to happen no matter what. And then you're going through into another door. So there's actually there's two stories going through here into the sense of time and just the history of what's going on, the colour palette. For me, it's just preferable for. I prefer this palette.
Thank you. And Janine, could we hear back from you again?
I'm not too sure whether it will sort of ring for you, Mike, but I've got a little bit of an answer on the flatness. I think it's the photographer has decided to take a creative and almost painterly approach to this, and it makes it very delicate. And it also brings you into some of those details, like the graffiti on the wall, that may just be a bit much if the lighting was more dynamic. And it definitely backs up the delicate nature of this image, in my opinion. Look, the verticals, yeah, take your point. Perhaps it's not too noticeable for me on the top and bottom elements of the sort of textured bits. Perhaps in the window, and I'll take that. But possibly the building's not that upright anyway, given its age. So, yeah, just let this one sit with you, and a few extra points for this photographer I think would be worthy. I'm on 86, but what's it sitting on at the moment?
We're sitting on 80.
80, yeah. But look, I think if you can't come up into silver distinction, just bring it up a few more points.
Thank you. If you could just rescore, please. And we have a final score of 83, silver award. And just a reminder that if you want to make a point, if you can just put your hands up really tall, because I can't see you guys. Thank you. Next image, please. And we have an initial score of 77, a solid bronze. Simone, would you like to challenge us?
Yes, I've put this as 83. I'm not going to address the faults because I have seen some, but I think it's a very strong image. Normally when you see a landscape with lots of things going on, it's neat just to see a human figure in there, which is a little bit of that our cookie. But to see the sense of strength of all these animals in their landscape, I quite like the crunchiness of the water. It's quite different for me, rather than, it's almost like it's been applied in a different sense. I do see that there is not much light behind. It's a very harsh environment with a lot going on and probably like freezing cold winds and just horrible. So we probably wouldn't get much detail in that background anyway. I can imagine it's very quite cloudy and foul up there, a few hundred just off the top part of the land. But yeah, I think just the next range would be fantastic. It's something that I haven't seen before.
Thank you, Simone. Could we hear from Tony Stewart, please, on the other end?
I'm about 7 weeks from giving this a crack, so look, judge me if you can. I'm a bit worried the most obvious flaw here is the loss of highlights, and I think even though we've got the human and the animal interaction, which is stunning, and I think that sense of space and ownership and scale and who's on top and man and all that kind of stuff, I love the messaging. I'm just not too sure that the file and the printing and the execution has done that justice to go into a wood range.
Mike, could we hear from you in the middle?
Unfortunately, I just concur with Tony.
And finally, Simone, if you mind coming back and giving us your reply.
You boys, I actually agree. I probably was going a little bit high there because I do see there is a bit of loss here. Funnily enough, though, when you actually look up that figure up there, you can still see his walking stick. So there is detail where it has to be detail. Yeah, a few more points would help. I'd love to see a few more points, even if you can't get up into a silver. Every point counts for this.
Thank you for your mind rescoring, please. And we have a final score of 77, a bronze award. And next image, please. And we have a score of 82. Tony, you'd like to challenge that?
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I will. My initial reaction to this on an 86 Silver Distinction was an emotive one, which was a real guttural feel of, there was two things. One was the sort of the dreamlike state and deja vu. There's almost like this is happening outside of you. This is something you might see at night in your eye. Have I been to this place? Have I not? I can kind of pick it, but I can't. So I love the fact there's a reference here from a real landscape that's been transposed into something that's a little bit more hypothetical. But on another level, as a landscape, we're seeing there's a mist of confusion here, which is also part of being out there, particularly with travel or being in a natural environment where sometimes it's a bit overwhelming, and I get the feeling and the emotion that comes with that being driven through these elements.
Thank you. Mike, could we hear from you on the other end?
Yeah, that was good, Tony. I have a feeling of place now. However, I feel it's very muddy, and and I think the story that you're describing to me is hidden, and I'd like to see it sort of exposed more.
Thank you. And Simone in the middle.
Yeah, I had this at 81, a really lovely silver. There's a sense of dating on this, which I really like, almost like a Charlie Chaplin type era with the two, the figure in the middle and the figure hard right, which I really like. I did struggle a little bit with the exposure as well, a little bit too dark for me, but the blending of that, those exposures, the dark blending, I think's done quite well and really made us look at the other scene. So yeah, I'm very happy with it being silver. I want to see this up a few more points too, please.
Thank you. Tony, would you mind replying?
Absolutely. Look, I think for the muddiness, I think there's a time which we can actually justify the fact that we can't quite get those details there, because that description that I'm reading into it is the fact that it's deliberately vague. It's the vagueness is actually what is this place in our memory, in our psyche, in our dreams, in our déjà vu, more than the literal. So in that sense, it's not supposed to be clear, which I think in this instance is perfectly acceptable. I'm on 86. I just ask you to reconsider, please, into silver distinction.
Thank you. Judges rescore. And we have a final score of 85, silver distinction. Next image, please.
Okay, judges, can I have your scores, please? Okay, we have a score of 84. And actually, Simone, you have it.
I wanted to be quick. I just adore this. Right from the beginning, I know it's a scene that many have seen before, and it is a popular way to photograph. But this is completely timeless. There's not a fashion here that's going to date with this image. The paper choice is just sublime. The details up in the top, the yin yang of these beautiful details of the foreground trees through to the back, the silvery. The highlights of those silver tones are just gorgeous. I would have put this into gold if it hadn't been for that top little left part there of the darker tree. Definitely silver distinction.
Okay, can we hear from Mike, please?
I gave this 81, which is a silver, and I think it's worth a silver. But I don't see anything extraordinary about it. I see it as a really well done capture of this particular type of scene. I love the round map, and I think the paper is, for me anyway, I'm slightly compromising me on how I see it. I see it as just a little bit too sparkly and not giving me a feeling of nature. But look, I'm listening. I'm 81. I'm prepared to go up something.
And Francis, you'd like to talk?
Yes, I'm in the silver distinction range as well at 87, and I do agree with everything you've said, Simone. I do actually think the paper choice is absolutely stunning. I also had written down the yin and yang. I completely agree what has been said from Simone so far.
Okay, Simone, back to you.
New Zealand type landscape of those silver. Oh, yeah, please, absolutely silver distinction at a minimum.
Rescore, please. Would you like to re-speak? Yeah, you better, because the people at home would have been listening.
Apologies to the world of internet. I didn't have my microphone on. I was just saying that the silverness of the trees, the top of the trees, has just turned. You can pull those greens, even though we're not seeing green because it's we haven't got a colour image in front of us. Absolutely beautiful, timeless. Let's go, silver distinction.
Thank you, Simone. We have a score of 86, which is silver distinction. Well done. Okay, we are going to give, can we have a blank screen, please? Mike, thank you very much for the time being. And Roger, welcome back. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Oh, no, are you going to... Challenge from Roger.
I'll give it a quick chat. Look, it's a slightly unusual astro image in the sense that the main Milky Way is straight, and I'm just curious about that, and that's different. The lighting sort of captivates me. It's almost as if there's a celestial presence drawing you up or down to the hill. It's been well done technically, I guess, in terms of the sharpness of the stars. So I scored it at an 80 for those reasons, and I wanted to challenge it just to give it the best discussion to make sure we've got the scoring right, really.
Okay, can we hear from Tony, please?
73. Giving credit where credit's due, the galactic core's been well captured, and I think when you're showing the density and the range of the stars, there is definitely some skill coming through there. You've got the kiwi there in the centre. However, we all come with as judges with a library of images that we have as our sort of reference. And in terms of seeing the depth of astro with the Milky Way, it's the foreground and the overall context that's letting it down for me. Is it the best Milky Way capture? No. Is it added to the landscape that enhances that? No. So I don't wish to be negative, rather to encourage to keep going in astro to get it into an award range.
Okay, the other three judges are about the same. Anybody got something else to add? Thank you, Simone.
Yes, I had this as a solid bronze at 77. The air glow of that magenta's got me, really got me. I haven't seen that in an astro before. Like, I mean, it's not an aurora. So if maybe that could be explained to me a little bit, that would be cool. I hope it hasn't been brushed in. And I hope not to insult the photographer by saying that with those colours. But do you know much about that, Roger?
Okay, back to you, Roger, please.
Look, I always like to give the photographer the benefit of the doubt. Maybe that's something to do with some light pollution. We're obviously in a vaguely there's lights at the bottom, so maybe there's more lights that we can't see. I guess what's drawn me to the whole image is just the way that the celestial is connected to that hill through the light through the middle of the image, and I wondered whether that should be rewarded. I guess I've gone to a silver, but yeah, every point counts.
Free score, please. We have a score of 78, bronze award. Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, can we have scores, please, judges? We have an initial score of 87, which is silver distinction, but we have an automatic challenge from Roger, please.
I scored this a 94. Look, it's an exercise in rhythm, it's an exercise in texture, it's an exercise in delicacy, and yet it's got the wee punctum, the cherry on the cake, the X factor, and it's in just the right position. The tree with some orange foliage. My only criticism, I wish this could be as big as it could be. I think the bigger the better. It would look absolutely stunning the bigger it is, but it's understated, but it's all there.
Simone.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I got it wrong. I put that at 78. I originally first did struggle with the top right being quite bright and the bottom left being a little bit heavy for the evenness, but the delicacy of those trees, you could almost touch them; they're almost popping out at you. So yeah, I'm coming up by like probably 8 or 9 points maybe.
Okay, and Tony, you've got
I'm right in behind Roger there at 93. I liken this to Where's Willow as an analogy. It's subtle yet so textural, and I think it's well deserving of gold. And I'm going to certainly back you there, Roger.
Okay, and we are coming back to you, Roger. So
I think I said most of what I want to say. It's one of those shots you wish you'd taken yourself. Really, it's just the rhythm and the rhythm and texture and delicacy. It's absolutely beautiful.
rescore, please. We have a score of 91, gold award. Well done. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. You guys are all pretty similar there. Can we have a comment from Francis, please?
What an absolutely stunning colour palette, leading us through the image. I do enjoy the greens and the blues, which is also quite courageous to use together, but it really balances well with this pinkish magenta foreground that leads into more a brownish tone. It's a very geometrical architectural shot, which I think is fabulous to present the interior of a building to us that way, and it all gets sort of centered and grounded with that. I believe it's a light bulb or something, a cable there coming from the right hand side all the way down that pulls it all together and then once again leads us back into the building. So well done to the photographer and congratulations.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, judges, can I have your scores, please? We have a score of 85, which is silver distinction. You guys are very even. Can we have a comment from Tony Stewart, please?
I think if you could bottle Kiwiana and put it together in one image, this could well be it for rural New Zealand, which I absolutely love. Probably the only thing I would sort of like to see different would be the separation between those two cabbage tree figures. That would be the only suggestion I could make here.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? Judges, I need your scores, please. We have a score of 85, which is silver distinction. Yes, Simone, you can challenge that.
Don't sound so bored. Sorry, yeah, I know. It's just that this has really challenged me, and oh man, we did need more time with this, and I'm struggling that I didn't have enough, and I'm sorry for that. I've scored this 87. It has challenged me, so it's almost got an, excuse my, oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry, my mistake. Okay, sorry. Huge apologies. I thought it was under. Okay. Right, okay. strong, striking, has challenged us. I love the yin-yang of that tiny little stickers of the greens where those signs are. Just incredible. Whatever you're doing, just keep going. It's just really been incredible. And I don't know how I can give any feedback for the negative, to be honest.
85. Thank you, Simone. It's all right. Judges, just as a moment, we are taking slightly too long to look at the images that are coming up and putting our scores in. And also, if you are challenging, please make that known straight away, because there's a bit of time delay, and so we're thinking that images are being accepted. So, thank you. Right, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Could we have a comment from Roger, please?
Simple, striking, humorous. Well done.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a consistent score, 75, bronze award. Could we have a comment from Francis, please?
Well seen, beautiful composed, and the tones kept really well with a lovely reflection. Just a little bit more of a hint from the narrative to give us more of an idea of the story would have probably added, for me, a couple of points, definitely.
Okay, thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 72. Can we have a comment from Janine, please?
Look, well done to you for bringing this beautiful sort of warm, glowing landscape to us. It does feel a little bit like the shadows have just been lifted a bit too far, and you can pick it out on the blacks of the swan. He's there's sort of not a great deal of detail in there. So just looking after your post-processing, a really good idea.
Thank you, Janine. Next image, please. We have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have a comment from Simone, please?
Well done, solid silver. I'd love to know where this is. It's like the Easter Island or something. It's incredible. The paper choice is beautiful. If the only feedback I can probably give is I know it is not a haloing on the right hand side. Sometimes when you've got that end of the pole, it looks like a haloing, and judges could misdrew it for that. So maybe just brush down the highlights on that side a little bit if you can, just to counteract that. I know it's a tricky one, but well done. Congratulations.
Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? We have an initial score of 86, and we have a challenge from Simone. Thank you.
I've got 94. This is just completely sung to me. This is just gorgeous. Look at the lighting on that, especially almost going into the edges of the mat. It seems lighter to me, but it's worked. It's very clever and very delicate. Let alone the insides. There we've got like the small being at the top, the heavier, the bigger parent underneath, supporting. So delicate, so lace-like. The details are there.
Thank you. Let's hear from. Put my glasses on. Oh, look, France. Actually, no, Tony, you're at the other end.
Was that my score there, 83? Yeah. Look, I sort of saw earwigs and fish, sort of skeletons and all that kind of stuff at the start. And I love the fact that someone's been brave enough to shoot rose hips in winter. A little bit unresolved for me is very soft on the right-hand side of the imagery. I can't really figure out why that is going soft in comparison to the rest. I'm also worried that the snow is perhaps blowing out more than the background paper. So I do actually... I'm finding I'm enjoying this more as I look at it, and I'll certainly be looking to raise my score, and I'm listening to the rest.
Lovely. Janine?
So I was actually sitting on 84, and when I first put my score in, I went, oh, it's the softness on the right-hand side. But what I think it may be is actually a reflection, and then it's been flipped on its side to give us this really creative take on it. So yeah, that was before I put my score in. Sorry, I realised this after I put my score in, so we'll be coming up a bit.
Okay, Simone.
What were you at in the middle there, Janine, before?
I was on 84.
Thank you. Yeah, it's definitely flipped, and the reflection is beautiful and lovely, soft. A little bit of movement on that side, which is counteracted. So the photographer's been very brave by portraying this to us and waiting for us to get it, and we've all got it. Gold, it absolutely timeless image, and yeah, let's go.
Rescore, please. Okay, we have a score of 89. So just wait for it to think about review. So 89 silver distinction, 90 gold, please. 90 gold award. Congratulations. Okay, can we have a blank screen, please? Roger, have a break. And we are going to bring in Mike, please. Next image, please. We have a score of 84, which is a silver award, and Mike's going to challenge that.
I gave this 88. I actually think the strength of this is the graphics and the lack of detail in the trees in the foreground that forces your eye to go into the image. And when you do go into the image, you find all sorts of wonderful little things that are even more important to look at than the trees in the foreground. So I think intellectually it's working really well. It's making us do things that the photographer wants us to do, and it's being very successful.
Okay, let's hear from Francis at the other end, please.
Yes, I have it in the 83. I do agree there's a lot to see in the background, and I'm listening. I just was a little bit distracted why that beautiful tree, for me, the hero in the background, the little tree right in the center, is covered by the branches of the tree coming from the right-hand side. It sort of blocks my view there a little bit, and yeah, I just don't quite understand why that's the case. Otherwise, I think it's absolutely gorgeous. All elements beside that placed in a perfect position and a very effective landscape image.
Okay, and anything to add in the middle there? Different? Okay.
I was at 84 and I'm coming up and joining into a silver distinction. That beautiful little misty tree in the middle has just placed it beautifully, and also the sense of time and place. You wouldn't have had the collie and the walker in that perfect position if you'd re-photographed that. So the photographer's been very brave taking the photo, and all I can say to the photographer after this is I hope you said to that guy, get that bloody collie off the lead. Yeah, because it would have been very, very fun to see that go.
Okay, let's hear back from Mike, please.
Just quickly, because I think it's a fairly obvious image once you've sat with it for a while. Just to talk about your question regarding those branches, they are intruding, but I don't see it as a problem.
Okay, rescore, please. '86 silver distinction, please. Congratulations. Could we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 82, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Simone, would you like to give feedback, please?
Yeah, I adored this. So many penguins. It's just insane. That beautiful sense of place too, with the timing of those ones in the foreground. It's just beautiful. Really good, solid silver. Congratulations. I think the only thing I would have liked to see just a tiny bit more detail in that glacier type look of that snow field just coming in behind the houses. Gorgeous.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, could one of the print handlers please have a glove or something? Thank you, Andrew. Okay, we have a score of 72. Could we have a comment from Mike, please?
Unfortunately, this has quite a definite colour cast of magenta that's stopping the whites being white, and I think it would improve it a lot to get your colour balance correct.
Thank you. Okay, can we have a blank screen, please? Thank you, Tony Stewart. And thank you, Janine. Can we please have Rebecca and Glenn, please? Okay, can we have our next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 83, which is a silver award. And Glenn's put that hand up.
I've given it 88. I initially went out there thinking I've seen this before but really enjoy it, and then the more I looked, the more I got to enjoy it. I really love the way the Misty Mountain in the background is mirroring the shape of the island on the left, and then there's a lot of great detail in some of those trees. There's a real simplicity and elegance, a classiness to this image, and I think that would be very well rewarded with a silver with distinction. It's just a little bit more for me. It's the classics done well, and I don't want us to forget those classics.
Okay, and down the other end, Simone, please.
Yeah, I was a bit too, I was mean. I had it at 76, so yeah, I needed a bit more time with this, so thank you very much for that. I really adore the sides of the image, the extra sides. It's just so muted and pretty, and I loved that more than the central parts, to be honest. But yeah, I'm coming up to a silver. I don't think I could get to the next distinction, but I'm listening.
Okay, and Rebecca, you've got your hand up.
I'm with you, Glenn. I'm on 85. I'm actually going to come up a couple more points. Just to bring you to a detail I think is just super special. It looks like someone's got an ink pen, like a really fine ink pen, and just drawn on the right and left of the two clumps of trees along the horizon. And it's just so delicate and so beautiful. And it just it's exquisite, and I definitely think it's deserving of a distinction for how it's been handled. It's not, a classic image, but done perfect.
Okay, Glenn, back to you.
Look, I think that there's a classiness and elegance that we can respond to here. The longer I sit with it, the more I like it, and I hope it does the same for you.
Rescore, please. $86, silver distinction. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is pretty much across the board. Congratulations. Comment from Mike, please.
Beautiful shot. I think you cranked the colours just a little bit too much. It's strong enough not to need that.
Thank you, Mike. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from... Okay, Glenn, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, simple things done really well. Nice, clean purity. There's a jarring between the print and the matte board colour-wise. Would have loved to have seen a little more space top and bottom. It was just squeezed in from the top and the bottom. But that's simple things done very nicely.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 86, and there's an automatic challenge from Rebecca, please.
I went gold on this. Pretty excited about this image. I am on 93. This is very much a feeling of environment, but you're getting the environment close up and far away, but in a very sort of bold manner. It's just that through that frame feeling, but then, I mean, to me, and I might be wrong, this is how I feel, is that they're in a building that could have been, you know, a stronghold in a war or derelict sort of place, and perhaps there's other buildings around like that. It feels isolated. It feels like you actually could be standing right there and feel it. The paper is sort of glittery, which adds to that sandstone effect. The colour palette is strong in that front, but then nice and soft in the back. You know, there's been this lovely separation. This has been very well handled, and I just think that it's worth talking about.
Okay, and Simone can talk about it now.
Yeah, I had it down at 81, and I was too tight, sorry. I'll be coming up. It's definitely looking through like a letterbox into that next landscape, which is just fallen over in time, and there'll be stories there that are probably pretty darn sad. Maybe a little bit top heavy for me with that top block. I would like to see a little bit more off that to get myself down a bit, but yeah, definitely into a distinction, Rebecca. I'm up, still listening.
Okay, and anybody else? Francis?
I'm also in the silver distinction range at 86, and I think it's a really beautiful. It shows us that landscape really beautifully. It is, for me, really whatever Rebecca mentioned, and I do agree with that. Don't have to go over that, but for me, it's really a portrait landscape of a location, because the building in the foreground feels neglected, but also what we see through the window is a little bit neglected, the landscapes and the building there. So it really falls well together, I found, in terms of the narrative. It really blends in nicely through that little window letterbox we see.
Thank you. Back to you, Rebecca.
Yeah, look, I'm not actually hearing any negatives out there. And just to address the weight at the top, Simone, for me, I think it would be the weight of living in a place like this. It's very barren. There's not a lot of life there. That little hole there in the beginning, I mean, it does remind me of a place I went to in Croatia, actually, that where they held the stronghold for the war, and they had these holes in the ground that they'd get water out of to be able to, get through the next whatever months. And, you can just imagine yourself either living there or being in that environment. Harsh, the weight of the world right there on your shoulders in this isolated landscape. So yeah, just looking for a few more points to bring it up into the gold. Let's do it.
Thank you. Rescore, please. Okay, we have a score of 88, silver distinction. Thank you. Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Glenn, would you like to give feedback, please?
Yeah, so much good stuff going on here. Just a shame that those clouds are blown out and just blocking up those highlights, because it's such a magnificent area. Would have gone quite a bit higher if that wasn't going on.
Thank you. Next, actually, blank screen, please. We're going to give Francis and Mike a break, and let's talk to Rachel and Roger, please. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Rachel, please?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this image. I'm spending most of my time in the reflections, and I'm really drawn to those. I love the movement through the water on the left, but the reflections are pulling my eye quite a bit, and not in a bad way, but just in a way that I just wonder if maybe bringing it down to that bottom left-hand side might have made it a bit stronger.
Thank you, Rachel. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 83, but Rachel's, I haven't even finished, Rachel. Automatic challenge from Rachel.
I've put this into gold at 92. I don't know if I'm looking down or if I'm looking up. There's detail that just runs around this beautifully. There's so many different dimensions coming at me, and I find it really intriguing and fascinating and unique, and I'm loving it. I want to see what people say. I think it's been beautifully handled, beautifully printed. There's enough detail to keep your eye moving around the frame without worrying about needing to stop in any one place because it's a path and a journey. Yeah, I'd love to know what everyone thinks.
Okay, Roger, you can start that off, please.
I scored 78. Well, I feel there's some technical things that held me back. The sort of the real estate in the image is the white water, and that the highlights in that I think have been lost. And then there's the strange shelf sort of at 9 o'clock on the left hand side. That I wonder whether that's a color cast. It seemed to me it was, but if you can convince me otherwise, that's fine. And I also felt that maybe the most interesting part of the shot was, or the balance between the foreground and the background didn't seem to be quite worthy, if you like. So it was slightly unresolved. So those were my problems with it.
Okay, Glenn, you were right on the scoring.
Yeah, I was there on 83. There was lots of things to like about it, but also I just felt that the background colour was a little too electric for me, as was some of the shadow colours. Also, it's a location I've seen before, so I know this shot reasonably well, and that dragged it down a little bit for me as well. I'm definitely happy with it being in the silver department, but I think the gold may be a stretch for my thoughts.
Rachel, back to you.
You go so many places, I want to carry your bags. Yeah. This is really unique to me, and I'm applauding that. But also the colour cast, I think that is the light. I'm really loving it. I come through those highlights, Roger, which I think are really perfectly handled for the motion, and they flow us into the image and then up into those really vivid colours with that little beam of light. You've got a little rock face there that is genuinely a rock face that's looking off to the left and bringing us back down that shelf that you found a little bit colour casty, which I think is actually really well handled. It's the different tones and colorations in the rock, and I think that it's the images celebrating all of that and giving us the journey around it so that we can appreciate it. And I've put it into gold, so come up as high as you can possibly with me.
Rescore, please. We have 85, silver distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 82, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Rebecca, please?
Beautiful image. Congratulations on your silver. Well deserved. The Velvet Hills just warmed my heart. It was just amazing. Love to see a bit more detail in your shadows there, just to kind of bring out the rest of the landscape so we can enjoy it. But yeah, gorgeous. Well done.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 85, but there is an automatic challenge from Roger, please.
I noticed this in the run-through. I've written down here Jurassic, exciting. It's all those things. It's not only is it that, it's crafted. All the elements of where they should be. There's a flow through it. It's like a river of mist which bounces around, and these fronds coming through. Waiting for a monkey or a parrot to jump out at me. It's full of atmosphere, and I almost hear the bird song actually. And that you're led through to that beautiful trophy tree, which is just where it should be. Everything's where it should be. It's got emotion. It's got power. Yeah, what's holding you back, guys?
Okay, Rachel can tell you that.
I appreciated all those things as well, Roger. I guess one of the things I'm struggling with is why a multiple exposure was necessary for this, because as a single capture, a single image, I would have just rocketed all the way up there with you. The multiple exposure itself is nicely handled, but I don't know that it's adding anything. It's pulling me away from all of the subtle beauty that is there.
What was your score, Rachel?
Sorry, I scored at 82.
Okay, and in the middle there, Rebecca?
Yeah, I'm in support of this image on 87. Yeah, I just need to think whether I'd come up to gold or not. I just feel those darks are really heavy. The things that I love about it is that ancient world to me, and I did see it in the run through, and I'm glad I'm sitting in front of it. Yeah, I'm astounded that there's details as well down in that dark area. It is just maybe a bit too heavy at the bottom. Just kind of draws me down in there, whereas the beauty's sort of further in. Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, let's go back to Roger, please.
I think the multiple exposure has been used quite cleverly, actually. It's not everything's multiple exposed on there. The tree itself, or maybe my aging eyes are missing something, but the hero tree is single, and therefore the multiple exposures add in layers and drama, intrigue, if you like. The dark bottom, I think, adds to the mystery. These sort of places are full of all sorts of traps if you're not careful, and yet they've got an intricate beauty. So, score, guys.
Okay, thank you. Please rescore. Okay, we have a score of 88, which is silver distinction. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, we're just going to have a couple of changes. Rachel, thank you. Simone, thank you. And let's talk to Matt and Kay, please. Could we have a blank screen, please? Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 84, but we have a challenge from Roger, please.
I feel like I've been smoking something. I gave this a 91. Speaks Japanese print to me. There's some brave decisions the photographers made here, and for me they've worked. So the dark foreground, which initially you might think he's heavy. I think he's deliberate. There's still some details in there, but it serves to emphasize those delicate trees, which I guess are the hero of the piece. There's a beautiful repeating pattern of triangles across the bottom left to top right. That subtle triangle of just sun rays coming through. Love that. And then, of course, that beautiful background of ridge line after ridge line after ridge line, which is just everything's where it should be. And I think it's a superior level of work, really.
Okay, let us hear from Kay, please.
Yeah, I scored this in the bronze range at 77. I really enjoyed those elements too. And I almost feel that the photographer could have made more use of that silhouette aspect in the foreground, because the left-hand side of the image is just pulling me out. But I really enjoy what they've captured on that right-hand foreground and the centre foreground in particular. I'm listening, sitting on bronze at the moment.
Okay, anybody in the middle got anything else? Matt? Oh, Rebecca?
I scored this in 83 silver. There's no detail in the whites against the blacks, and I just find that really, really jarring. I still think it's definitely deserving of a silver, because it's got a bit of a wow factor in there, but yeah, lack of detail through those highlights where my eye just stays. Yeah, that's where I'm sitting.
Thank you. Back to you, Roger, please.
I think it's another take on yin yang, really. You know, you've got the dark against the light, and with the jagged line across it, it's graphic, but yet it's delicate. Yep, I'll rest my case and hope that every point we can scrape up's good.
Okay, thank you. Rescore, please. Okay, we have a score of 85, which is silver distinction. Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 79, and Kay's going to challenge that.
I've put this just in silver distinction, and the reason for that is because I really enjoy the way the photographer's brought out some beautiful, subtle, coppery tones in different areas of the image, which leads your eye around the image where you can enjoy all that texture and tone. Yeah, I'm on 86.
Let's talk to Rebecca, please.
I actually scored this out of award range. It just didn't grab me. I find the white of the sky with no detail holds my attention, as does the very dark part of the rock up on the top right, hard against that edge of the frame. It might be a little bit of a hard sell. I'd be happy to come into the bronze for that beautiful detail that you mentioned. But I also have nowhere really for my eye to rest apart from some of those negative spots. Yeah, so just keen to hear a bit more.
Okay, in the middle there, Roger?
Yeah, there's some subtleties to the composition which I enjoyed. I scored it an 82. So what do I mean by that? The diagonal, the bottom right leading into the corner. The choice of putting that sort of trophy piece of hill, which is the circular copper bit, where it is, actually creates a bit of a tension with the other line and the sky. I think it balances the sky. I I had some question marks around the cloud and the authenticity of the cloud, but that held me back a bit. But I think there's a bit of thoughtfulness about this composition that I've rewarded.
Thank you. Back to you, Kay.
Yeah, to me, this is an exercise of shape and texture and form. There's just such beautiful detail in that texture, and what really, even the little coppery bits in the foreground, but on the ridge, right at the top of the ridge, you can just see the edge of the ridges with that fine line of copper, which creates that separation from the sky. Yeah, if you, what's it scored, sorry? 70?
We're on 79.
Yeah, I'd really love you to come up into the silver range, if not silver distinction.
Okay, judges, please rescore. $81 silver award. Congratulations. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Matt, please?
Yeah, I think the light on the horses in the foreground is almost angelic. It's just the absolute light that you love when you're a photographer, and that dark, brooding atmosphere in the background just sets it off beautifully. There's little things to discover in the background, like the other horse kind of mirrored in the background as a mural or something like that. What could have helped improve it, I feel, is that some of the darker areas become a bit murky and block up together, and just separating those out and treating those shadows would have helped improve it.
Thank you, Matt. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Kay, would you like to do some feedback?
Lovely, delicate image. I really enjoy the way the photographer has managed to capture beautiful movement within the image, and the layering that's actually gone through from foreground right through to the background. It's just been nicely, delicately handled. Possibly the foreground, very, very foreground, might be sort of becoming a little bit muddy, so just watch the treatment of the image.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. And Glenn, you'd like to have a comment? Yep.
Lots of great things here, fantastic location, colour balance is really good, but I would have just dropped the camera down to get the tip of those trees and the reflection, and the fact that the tip of the trees just pop up over the top of the mountains in the background just really bugged me.
Thank you. Next print, please. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. And Roger's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I scored this 82. I challenge it to give it a chance, I think. I just have a sense that this is innovative, and I've got no idea what I'm looking at. I'm guessing it's people with shadows, but it's an exercise, I think, in lines, isn't it? And spacing, slightly chaotic as well, but mainly an exercise in lines. In which case, I think there's a degree of cleverness about it. And so I bring it up for discussion. At first glance, I looked at those heavy lines and thought, why did they include those? But maybe they include those to give us the clue that that's what the study's about, and to add a bit of balance and yet tension to the whole image. There's a subtlety in the colour change as well, from the green to the orange, and I'm not sure what that's about, whether it's telling us there's some sort of apocalyptic background to all this. But anyway, what do people think?
Kay, can you help that?
Yeah, I've put this out of award range because I just didn't feel there was any real sense of purpose or design to the image. The photographer may have seen the scene and captured it, but without any idea of what they were actually presenting us with. The lines to me are quite distracting, and I do also find the noise in the image very, very distracting.
Okay, Glenn, you had your hand up there.
Yeah, look, there's lots of good and I think there's lots of bad in the image at the end of the day. Roger, I'm with you. I gave it a 77. I've given it an award because I like the ingenuity. I like the fact there's a uniqueness in the seeing here. But as Kay pointed out, there's quite a few technical flaws. There's some real grit and grain coming through in the post and the colour rendition. So at the end of the day, I think it deserves a bronze for its attempt. But to go any higher for me would be rewarding something that was tried but not really succeeded.
Okay, Roger, back to you.
I'm not going to push too hard. Every point counts. Let's just score.
Thank you. Next. Right. $77 bronze award. Okay, can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 83 and it's been challenged by Kay, please.
I've put this in gold at 92, purely because of the atmosphere that this photographer has presented us with. The calmness, the gentleness, the restraint in colour saturation has been so beautifully handled. The composition works beautifully, and there's just detail everywhere you look. It's just such an exquisite and controlled image.
Okay, Matt.
Yeah, I enjoyed the reflection and the stillness and the atmosphere of this shot. What was holding me back was perhaps some of the tepid kind of colour in the left, particularly in the foggy areas, and I know it is foggy, so you expect a little bit of that, but I feel like it went a little too far, and the very bright highlight in the top right as well was something that pulled me away from investigating all the beautiful details within the trees, and I feel like the crop is very deliberate to draw us into more of the base of the trees rather than the top or the canopies. I was in bronze.
Okay, and in the middle there, has anybody got anything to add? Roger?
Look, I really enjoyed the rhythm of the trees, if you like, the sort of marching rhythm, but it's broken up by that one tree. Yeah, that was just one little tiny little nugget that I enjoyed. I enjoyed the others. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, Kay.
Matt, to respond to your comment about the light on the right-hand side, yes, it is a little bit brighter, but to me it actually illuminates the top of that hill. And it does so beautifully because you can see so much detail there. To me, that transition between the soft, very, very mutedness on the left-hand side actually works beautifully because it actually complements and contrasts what we're seeing as so much detail and crispness on the right-hand side. If we can't get to gold, I'd love to see a high silver distinction.
Thank you, Kay. Please rescore, judges. We have a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Roger, please?
Look, I enjoyed the colour palette in this as much as anything else. Well done. Things that held it back for me were just the dark tones in the centre of the image, particularly. Those are probably the main ones, and also a thin white line, which once I'd seen it, sort of seemed to be jarring against the softness of everything else. But overall, a beautiful image. Well done.
Thank you. And that was our last print entry, judges. So we will have a quick change over to digital, which won't be long. So while we're waiting, we would like to go back to our sponsor, which is Ilford, for this category of landscape. And apparently we're done, so let's go to our next image, please. Just while we're waiting for our judges to score, thank you to our print handlers out the back, John, Evan and Joanne. You finished us off. And everybody else in between this long print session. Thank you. Okay, we have a score of 72. Can we have a comment from Matt, please?
Yeah, this is a very capable and detailed capture of the moon. I think because we're all able to see that object in the sky, it's about the relationship with other objects, whether that be stars or things aligning or even including some sort of foreground element would help lift it.
Thank you. Next image, please. We have a score of 83, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Could we, okay, Matt? Yep.
Yeah, the
I'm just challenging that.
Oh, okay, you need to, I thought you were clapping it when I said congratulations, so you kind of need to tell me you're challenging, but for, yeah. Okay, Glenn, you've got the challenge.
Challenging away. Things I really like about this, the colour relationships between that epic gold and that theatrical green, and then the lacquer colour in what is either a leaf or a dragon's wing in the foreground, midground, I really like. I think there's some elegant shapes in there. I've scored that up at 88, and I really want to drag it up. Don't think it's gold, but really do think it's a high-end silver because of those things. The leaf, the dragon's wings. Let's talk.
Okay, off you go.
I scored this in bronze at 77. I have it. I must admit, I have underscored it. So I apologise to the photographer. I will be coming up because I can't believe how they've managed to capture that luminosity within that luminescence, I should say, within that golden tones. Absolutely brilliant.
Okay, and Matt.
Yeah, I was in silver. We just lost our picture on the Mac, if somebody can have a look at that, but I'll talk anyway. What the image beautifully demonstrates is that saturation of the earth from the waterways, and it also explains that through the foliage at the base. What I would have loved to have seen the photographer do is just pull back the highlights at that base a little bit, because it does drag your eye to the bottom of the frame when you want to be kept in the luminosity and those beautiful angles at the top. I saw a different kind of dragon. I saw a frilly neck dragon with its frills out, but yeah, I'll hand it back to you.
When it comes back to, like, we're talking about some pretty good things which I really like. There is a little highlights issue, which is why I didn't go any higher. I'm in agreement with you totally, but there's enough mystery, enough challenge, and that glowing colour palette in the extreme amount of detail. Like, I think this is one of those images, once you see that at a reasonably big size, it will absolutely scream at you, and I think the ratio and scale of it is going to work in its favour when we get to see it quite big. Implore you to come up. I'm on 88, and I think that's a damn good place to start.
Rescore, please. And we have a score of 86, which is silver distinction. Well done. Okay, on that note, thank you, Glenn. Thank you, Rebecca, and thank you, Roger. We're going to ask Tony, Mika, and Janine to come in, please. Let's have our next image, please. You have to. Okay. So, if you pick a name and stay on that name, I'll put that in.
Glenn stays.
Yeah, stays Glenn. Okay, we have a score of 82, which is a silver award. Congratulations. And Matt.
Yeah, I think we all see paradolic forms in this image, a dragon or a seahorse or something like that, and that suits beautifully with the location that this is photographing. What could have helped to improve it is the highlights just above what we would see as the head at the very top left of frame. If they had been pulled down and were in the same tonal range as the rest of the image, that would really improve it.
Thank you very much. Let's have the next image, please. Yeah, no, I've been doing them under the table. Yeah. Who are we waiting on? Okay, we have a score of 79. So this is going to be... Mika, are you going to challenge that? Sorry, I had to look because it says...
I've scored this 84, silver award. The dual tonality of this, I think, is really interesting. The way that the mountains echo the colour of the sky, the way that the green pops against that, I'm quite enjoying. I think perhaps that's been taken to a slightly... Anyway, I think that the strength of the image is the impact, the strong diagonals all reaching to that bright point on the left and allowing your eye to travel through the image. Yeah, I'm keen to have a chat.
Okay, thank you. Everybody else is pretty similar. Let's talk to Matt then, please, at the bottom end.
Yeah, I agree. The impact is stunning, and the way that the waves of the aurora are separated out gives out a lot of that impact as well. What was holding me back, I'm in bronze, was the merger between the dark rocks in the foreground and then the settlement behind them. And also I felt like while the water in the foreground is a great element, it's also a very often used element in this specific location. And also I felt like it was a little loose and perhaps could have been refined to find the right angles and things on that foreground to complement the rest of the image a little stronger.
Okay, anybody in the middle there got anything else to say? Because you're all on the same score, so... Okay, we'll come back to you, Mika.
I actually think that the strength of the rocks in the foreground create a depth and a distance between the foreground elements and the distant elements of the settlement in the background. I'm finding there's a bit of tension there, but I'm not bothered by the tension because the rest of the image also has that it's giving strength and drama, and I think that's adding to it. I'm enjoying the reflection in the foreground, the way that it's reflecting the stars, the way that you can kind of see into it a little. Those elements I'm finding are really drawing you into the frame. So I'm hearing what you're saying. I'm not on the same page. So yeah, I've scored this a silver, and I'd love to see you find some more points. For the
Judges, just
photographer.
hold off 2 ticks, please. We're just having a slight issue. So.
In the meantime, remember to vote the Ian Paul Memorial for your favourite panel chair assistant. Remember, it's Gerard with 1G. Oh, it's not working. No, it didn't work.
Oh, that's why it's not working, G. Okay, let's hear from, let's start with Kay. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, Kay, as a judge on the panel for us?
Well, I hate this sort of thing. Yeah, hi, I'm a photographic artist. I'm based in Tauranga. I'm a Grandmaster of the NZIPP and Honorary Fellow of the NZIPP. I enjoy, I guess my passions are botanical, landscape, still life imagery. Currently working on some cyanotype work for an art show coming up. And I currently have an exhibition in Italy, which is fantastic. I'm heading over there next month to go and see it.
Okay, that's, who else have we got down there? What about Mika?
I was hiding. Yeah, I'm Mika Boynton. I'm the other half of Alpine Light with Matt Palmer. We have a gallery of landscape images in northeast Victoria in Australia. We're at the foothills of the mountains in a lovely town that changes colour every year throughout the seasons, so we're always inspired photographically by nature and by the landscapes. I'm a passionate landscape and aerial photographer, and that's kind of it, really.
Okay, well, let's hear from Matt on the other end of that alpine.
Yeah, I guess I won't go over the same territory. You might notice that we're on the same panel, and some people go, "Oh, I don't know about that." But as you just saw in the last challenge, we tend to disagree on things as well. But that's part of the greatness of it, I think, that we can see things from very different angles, both in our gallery and also on panels.
Lovely. Thank you for that, judges. We are back. Let's have our challenge scores put in, please. And we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Thank you. Let's have our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, and Matt's going to challenge that.
Yeah, maybe I just like grime, but I feel like this gives us plenty of texture and grittiness to appreciate. There's a rhythm through the image that travels through the windows and the doors down to the white rubbish that's contained in that shopping trolley. And one detail that I particularly appreciate is that these doors are so run down and damaged and rotting, and yet they've put these beautiful shiny steel padlocks on like they've just been installed yesterday, and it makes me question what's going on in there.
Let's talk to Kay, please.
Yeah, I've scored this just out of award range. I really enjoy the story that's been brought to me by the photographer. And perhaps these are actually people live. I'm assuming that people live in this place, and that's their little shopping cart that they're going to take around because that's all they own. I guess to me, what was distracting for me was possibly whether it could have been photographed at a different time of day, because the highlights in the sky are blown out, and it is a little bit distracting up there.
Okay, and Tony, you're on the scoring range there.
77. I do love the reference to sort of the Robin Morrison of the 80s, that sort of front-on colour. I do believe that the sky's been neglected in the treatment of this work.
Okay, back to you, Matt.
Yeah, I agree with all your comments. I don't find the sky as much of a bother because I do feel like that whiteness blends into the white fixtures within the image, but I completely understand why you feel like that. I would say embrace the grime, see how far you can come up.
Okay, rescore please, judges. Oh, sorry, we have a score of 79. So let the button do its thing, and judges, 79 or 80, please. 79 Bronze Award. Congratulations. Okay, our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is across the board. Can we have a comment from Kay, please?
Yeah, I thought this is a lovely image that the photographers captured. They've obviously stopped because its scenery is absolutely beautiful. I think to possibly lift it is maybe take down the saturation a little bit. I think it's overpowering what is actually a beautiful scene.
Thank you, Kay. That was a 75 Bronze Award. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 79. And actually, who had their hand up first? Because you're both exactly the same. Matt? Okay.
Yeah, what a stunning capture. This is Tasmania at its best and most authentic. I've even seen that little tree before, and it's been beautifully and crisply presented to us. The layer of fog behind it helps to lift it out from the landscape, and to capture not just a fog bow, but what looks like a double fog bow. I've never seen one of these in my life. I've seen a few fog bows, but never a double like this. It's a very rare phenomena. It's likely to only happen when you have a blue sky like that. So I feel like the sky in this instance actually helps the image because it allows that dramatic formation to be created. And the lighting from the right, that really rich orange color, that's very authentic to this location as well, and I think is handled quite beautifully. I'm on silver distinction.
Okay, we're coming down to Janine, please.
Thank you, Matt, for explaining a bunch of stuff to me there. I'm not familiar with this location, and also really obvious the double fog bow. I looked at this and thought, how much value does the colour add to the equation here? Possibly, especially those sort of reddy tones in the middle, yes. But yeah, I was wondering about the colour.
Okay, and you're all about the same in the middle. So, Mika, would you like to? Well,
The colour, I think, works so beautifully. Those golden tones with the blues is just a beautiful colour combination and so typical of Tasmania. The way that the vegetation mirrors the colour of the sunlit hill, I'd say mountain, but it's our mountains. In the background, I think has just been matched beautifully, and I think those colours work so well together. And the detail in this photograph is so textural. So it really the details contrast beautifully with the softness of the fog and the sky, and I think that's been handled so beautifully. I scored at 86.
okay, Matt, back to you.
Yeah, I agree with you that you could remove all the colour and it would still be a dramatic and exciting landscape, but you can also keep the colour and have this beautiful colour contrast in there, and it also helps to highlight the peaks in the background, those great mighty mountains of Australia. And if you had to turn that into a black and white, it might not have been such a feature in the background there. It might not have carried you through. So that's why I believe the colour's there. I haven't really heard anything else negative, so I hope for those that didn't get to comment, we've helped address some of the things that might have held you back, but please come to silver distinction.
Please rescore. $84 silver award. Okay, pretend there's a blank screen, judges. Let's give Kay a bit of a break. And Francis, if you'd like to come in. And Matt, if you want to have a step down. And Mike, would you like to come back? Right, let's have our next image, please. Okay, a score of 79, which is a bronze award. And Janine's going to challenge that. Thank you.
So I went 85 silver distinction. I felt like the foreground, there's sort of like really distinct elements to this landscape. The foreground was like a bodyscape. It's sort of flesh toned and beautiful soft curves. And then the midground, you're sort of richly rewarded with texture. And then if you look really closely, there's quite a few little man-made bits and pieces in there which were quite interesting. And then it's all set on this sort of lavender coloured sky, and it all just sings together. Please, your thoughts.
Okay, Tony, can you give us some thoughts, please?
Yes, I was on bronze, and I certainly agree with the flowing ribbons of form and the sort of the human bodyscape reference to that. I love the texture and the changing tones within the mid part of the dunes. I did feel there was quite a bit of real estate in this picture, both in the sky and the base, that was perhaps void, that wasn't adding, that a crop could actually change the dynamics quite a bit.
Okay, and in the middle there, Francis.
Yes, I do enjoy as well the shapes that we get drawn in the background, the few elements there as well. But I do agree, for me personally, I'd possibly look at a panorama cut, just reducing some of the foreground and also of the sky.
Okay, let's head back to Janine, please.
Thank you, judges. Look, I do tend to agree that just a slight crop, not too much, off the bottom may have accentuated what is already a really fascinating bodyscape type image, but not too much. I think I would leave the sky as it is, and a bit of air cropping, and I sussed that out for myself. So I think just the beautiful, peaceful nature and complementary colours of this image. What are we sitting on right now? Don't know.
We are sitting on 79 bronze.
79 bronze, okay, so we need to have a conversation about this anyway. So yeah, please, a few more points for this photographer and definitely bringing it into the silver range. I'm actually on 85.
Thank you. Let's rescore, please. We have a score of 80, silver award. Well done. Can we have our next print, please? Oh, sorry, image, please. Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Janine's going to challenge that.
Look, I'm going to have a go at this one, definitely. I scored at 82. So I was rewarding the mystery of the sense of scale here. I'm really unsure how large or not large this plant is. I've always wanted to do aerial photographs of plants in ice like this. It's harder than you think, but what they've got here is beautifully textured ice and coloured ice, and then you've sort of got this margin of ice that comes up from left to right in the frames, almost like a histogram kind of shape, and that sort of, and the plant is just on the correct side of that. There's also the beautiful, subtle colour combinations of the blues and the sort of coppery brown colours as well. So I see something unique in this image, and I'd really like to hear from you guys.
Okay, we're going to go first to Tony at the other end, and then down to Mika.
Yes, I was out of award range, but I do thank you, Janine, for expanding on the idea of scale. I was reading this as a little bit more macro and tiny, whereas I think in actual fact you might have hit on something where it could actually be a lot further up. on a lake, an aerial, as opposed to a frosty footpath, and that does change my consideration of what I'm seeing. I wasn't overly enamoured with the crop. I sort of felt there's a lot of extra sort of space around this, but maybe with that sense of scale, that could actually be an asset after all.
Thank you, Mika.
I also enjoyed the play on scale, and I'm still not sure whether it's an aerial or a macro. I suspect a macro, but I don't think it really matters. I think that the play on scale is the important thing here. And the other play, I think, is it's not clear whether it's ice or salt. And I'm enjoying not knowing that also, because I think both ice and salt can form and encrust things in the same way. So I'm really appreciating that. The thing that I was sitting with and questioning, and maybe you can address this, is I feel like anything that looks like a tree, you kind of have to question why it's sideways, what the purpose of that is. And that's what held me back, because I feel like it looks like a tree, so therefore if it were vertical with that lovely diagonal that's just underneath it, I think that would be for me a stronger presentation. But perhaps there's a reason for it that I'm not seeing, so feel free to address.
Okay, Janine.
Just while I think about it, the tree, inverted commas, because I think we're probably a little unsure because of the scale conversation. But I don't know, it sort of looks like it has fallen, and I'll take that. And by it doing that, we get its beautiful shape, sort of lying down, if you like. And one thing that Mika just reminded me about actually is the absolutely glorious texture in that ice, salt background. And I think that actually adds most definitely to the story. With regard to the crop, I think if we cropped in on the left and right too far, we would kind of lose that sort of diagonal curve that's running through the whole thing. So I think there's plenty of breathing space for that to happen. And even if this is a macro image, it is really well observed and really well felt. So I would urge my fellow judges to consider coming up to silver. I'm on 82.
Rescore, please. A score of 80, which is a silver award. Well done. Okay, Janine, have a break. And Rachel, would you like to come back in, please? Okay, let's have our next image. Thanks. Okay, we have a score of 73. Can we have a comment, please, from Mike?
Yeah, nice capture. It's a shame about the mergers that are happening with the ice and the waterfall in the background. Also, dust spots. When you're putting something in for awards, be very careful to actually look at the details.
Thank you. Next image. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Okay, could we have a comment from Tony, please?
I'm enjoying the fact you've got a landscape that would appear to be shot from the air, but it actually looks like a volcano. So you've actually kind of got a multiple level of interpretation here, which is very clever. And the sort of the Klimt coloration and stuff is also to be commended. Well done.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. And Rachel, would you like to give the feedback for this?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying that whole sort of meet you in the middle between the man and machine, and there's a beautiful target there. It's almost like a baton relay or something. I guess for improvement, we do have to, because they're such small items in that and the scale of it, we have to look quite hard to see them. So if there was something that gave it a bit more power from a distance, so that we're drawn in, that may have made it a little bit stronger.
Thank you. Let's have our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 71. Could we have a comment from Francis, please?
Yes, this landscape is captured at a beautiful time of the day. I do really enjoy the colours in the sky and the reflection in the foreground, and bring a a human element in of these fishing net is very good. It's very powerful. However, the subject in the foreground actually competes with the horizon in the background. So possibly just a shift, a different camera angle would benefit for this image.
Okay, thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 77, which is across the board. Could we have it's a bronze award. Could we have a comment from, I'll go Mike, please.
Did you say me? Oh, good. Yeah, beautiful image. I think a tighter crop, especially from the bottom, would hold all the important elements closer together. Unfortunately, with the large space at the bottom and the really busy top left, it's become busier than it needs to be.
Thank you. Let's have our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 84, which is a silver award. And Mika, you're going to challenge that?
Yes, please. I'm on 86, and what I saw was a dancing tree, and I really enjoy that that element from a distance. The way that the tree is waving itself, almost like it's in the wind. I'm really appreciating the energy that creates. When I got up close, the detail was so rewarding. There's just such fine detail there. The luminosity of the colours, I think, is really beautiful. Those golds just absolutely glow, and the blues really complement that. The colours work so beautifully well together. So I've scored it 86, a silver with distinction, and I'd like to have a chat.
Thank you. Rachel, please.
Yeah, I scored this 81 silver. I'm happy to come up with you, Mika. You saw a dancing tree. I saw one of those weird inflatable things outside a car yard. I think that it's really nicely handled, beautiful details throughout, and happy to come up.
Okay, anybody in the middle got anything to add? Mike?
Yeah, I didn't see this as a tree. I saw it as a tidal flat, which it probably is. But what I really like about it is how the colour palette raises what's should be sunken, and it's because the yellow is coming forward and the blues are going back, and so we're getting a reversed landscape, almost like a negative. And I'm finding that really well done, and the structure of this, the graphics of this, are really gentle and curvy and beautiful. So I'm at 87 already. And I'm really enjoying it.
So I guess I have right of reply,
Yes.
but I think Mike's kind of done a lot of the work for me, and so has Rachel. And I'm not hearing anything to keep anyone back. So I wish you had have spoken if you did have anything I could address. But I can see this from multiple perspectives. It has an energy, it has a vibrance to it, and apart from all the other stuff that I've already mentioned, I think that should be rewarded. Please come to Silver with Distinction.
Okay, let's rescore, please. 86, silver distinction. Well done. Okay, and on that note, Mika, have a break, and let's bring Simone in, please. Let's have our next image. Okay, we have a score of 85, which is silver distinction. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Simone, please?
Congratulations, silver distinction. This is just absolutely beautiful. You've got a real, you've gone from just such a beautiful, lovely, tonal, perfect image to a feeling. And that's gone through to your silver distinction. I don't actually know what I could say to help you further. I think it's gorgeous. Oh,
okay, get Rachel quickly.
It was quite crunchy in some of the sharp details. So if you have sharpened it, just localise that and use a little bit more care.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 82, which is a silver award. And Mike's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I gave this 87. I think it's actually better than just a silver. Hence, I scored it higher. But I think the colour palette of this is wonderful. It's those really soft pastel-y colours haven't been pushed too far. They've sort of been gentle with them. The shape's gorgeous with lines and then circles and then lines again. It's quite tender and quite beautiful.
Okay, we're going to come to Francis first and then to Rachel, please.
Yes, I have that in the bronze area just for these reasons. I think the color palette is absolutely beautiful. It flows nicely with these vertical lines running down, and then it's a horizontal orientated landscape. I was just wishing that something is a little bit out of place, maybe a different crop, not to have the rocks right in the center. I found it just too centered, and I cannot move away from that area because of that. So if you could explain that to me a little bit, that would be great.
So I scored this 82. I'm happy to join you, Mike. As I've sat here listening to you talk, it's actually given me a sort of a vibe of like a national flag or something. I think that the rocks could be the additional elements within the flag. I needed just a little bit something else other than all the technical beauty there, and that's done it for me, so I'll come up with you.
Okay, Mike, back to you.
Sure. Those rocks aren't in the centre, and I think that's the important thing for me. The little rock by itself up higher is closer to the centre, but the large group of rocks is not. It's to the right of centre, and I think it's that non-symmetry that's actually helped out the symmetry that's created by all the lines. All the other lines are symmetrical, but the circle is slightly off centre. That's the discordant. That's the part. That's the wabi-sabi. Let's enjoy that.
Okay, let's score that, please. Okay, we have a score of 86, silver distinction. Let's have our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 73, which is no award. Can we, Rachel, you'd like to talk to that?
I think this is beautifully seen and a really lovely palette through here. There is quite a bit of noise in the hills in the background. The ridgeline is beautiful and sharp, but you've also got some aberration coming through on that ridgeline on the right, which is just keeping it out of award range.
Okay, thank you. Can we have our next image, please? We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Could we have a comment from Mike, please?
Yeah, beautiful, moody, broody. Unfortunately, just a little bit too vignetted. Pull back on your vignette and there'll be a powerful story there.
Thank you. We have our next image, please. Matt, could you just sign in as yourself? Thanks. Okay, sorry, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. And Mike's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I gave this 83. I actually like the discord of the colour palette. The fact that we've got this creamy sort of greeny blue colour at the bottom and all this beautiful golden light at the top. And I think that's on purpose. And I think this the discord that's actually making it work stronger. Had it all been the same, it would have been a little bit ordinary. But this is making me look and think maybe the colour at the bottom is because the water is a different colour. And I'm believing that. So just have a think about it.
Okay, we're coming to Mike at the other end, and then we can go to you, Francis.
Matt,
sorry.
Yeah, I was just below the award range. I found the formation of the cloud in the sky to mimic the formation of the pier below, and that I found quite interesting. But the other side of that is it's creating all the light towards the edges and pulling me away from those two elements, and that's the thing that I couldn't resolve, and perhaps you can help me with that.
Francis?
Sitting back here having another look, I can actually see two eyes and a mouth, the face staring at me with these two highlights either side. And actually that adds an extra level for me for the image. I found that quite powerful.
Okay, back to you, Mike.
Yep, okay. The darkness in the middle, those piers are dark, and the area of water is dark. Think of that whole area as being the line that's dragging your eye into the image, as opposed to looking for something light to do that. We've got something dark that's doing that. So the opposite is happening from what you would normally expect. We'd normally expect something light to take us. It's still a graphic. It's a subtle graphic, but it's still working in terms of giving us a direction.
Okay, rescore, please, judges. Okay, we have a score of 79, so that is either 79 bronze or 80 silver, please. 79 Bronze Award. Okay, Francis, take a break, and Rebecca, come on in. Okay, let's have our next image, please. We have a score of 78, which is a Bronze Award. Okay, can we have a comment from Rebecca, please?
Beautiful. Congratulations on your bronze. Love the little trees just up at that top, just at the end of your path that you've given us. Yeah, I'm not actually sure how more to elevate it. I mean, the other thing is there may be just more of an abstract in there if you crop right in. These sandscapes can just, I mean, that's just incredible to be part of. So, yeah, have a play with your crop. It might just bring it up a bit.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award, and Mike's going to challenge that.
I gave this 85. I find it quite eye-arresting, original. Ice caves are very difficult things to photograph in, but to do it at the sunset and keep all those tones inside and outside this accurate, this believable, I find it really strong, simple, but interesting, visually interesting.
Okay, and we're coming down to Matt at the other end, then Rachel.
Yeah, I wasn't too far away in bronze. I completely agree with you. I love the light that's entering the ice tunnel and bringing that texture and that pops of colour into the walls of the ice. What was holding me back a little was the kind of glowy edges of that top porthole, so to speak. I kind of see it as a sunlight or something like that. And perhaps because that's drawing the eye, if there had been some cloud or a bird or something within that space that could have helped improve it, or just pulling it back a little so I'm more looking at that bottom aperture.
Mike, I scored this 81 in silver. I'm in support of it going higher. Agree with everything you've said on all of the technical aspects and stuff, but what I'm seeing is actually more abstract as I sit back and look at it, and it's more like a the screen painting a ghostly figure with all of the highlights being arms and sort of surreal hair and stuff. It's giving it just that sort of otherworldly aspect, which I'm really enjoying as well.
Okay, back to you, Mike.
Yeah, actually, I love the abstraction you're talking about. I think that's working really well. Matt, concerning the highlight at the top, I totally agree with you. Instead of having a vignette in the corners, I would have liked to have seen a sort of a layer mask coming down over the top area just to bring our eye back in. We haven't been given that, and I still think it works regardless of that would have made it better.
Let's rescore, please, judges. $83 silver award. Okay, let's have our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 66. Could we have a comment from Matt, please?
Yeah, the photographer has captured the reeds of grass in the foreground. There's a beautiful delicateness to those, and the light coming from behind is quite beautiful as well. Perhaps if they could find a way to separate those elements and simplify what's in the frame to just the things that most draw their attention, that would make it stronger.
Thank you. Let's have our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award, and Rebecca's going to challenge that.
Actually popped this into silver distinction range at 85. The first thing I saw, and I'm sure hopefully you will all see it, is the two eyes and the kind of snorkel situation, nose, whatever, something like an octopus or something from the ocean. Maybe it's just me. The detail's beautiful. It's really interesting and kind of confusing because it's like, where's the clouds? What are they doing? And yeah, it's just a really interesting point of view. You know, a lot of the time we just see that flat, straight down, but this is sort of looking in. But that figure there that dominates in the centre, just a little bit of quirkiness. So yeah.
Okay, Rachel.
I scored this 74, so only just out of awards range. I'm happy to come up. I think it sits really nicely in bronze. There's some really nice detail and texture in there, but to take it into a higher awards range, I'm not really getting the pull from anything. Maybe someone else can help there.
It's sitting on 80 silver at the moment. So Simone, did you have anything else to add?
Yeah, I've got it in a solid bronze at 78. Rebecca, if you could just help me out with the top, the top very quarter of the image, I feel is kind of like let it down a little bit. I love the detail going through the water and coming up into those cool colours of the middle part, but just that top bit, if you could help me there, that'd be great.
Okay, Rebecca.
Yeah, it's kind of cut into thirds for me, bottom, middle, top. So I think that the top third with the two eyes looking at us, with the sort of mushy hair, etc. Yeah, I think I'm on my own here. But yeah, just appreciate the interesting perspective on this one. Let's see.
Okay, let's rescore, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Okay, let's give Mike a break and bring in Glenn. And Rachel, shall we swap you out with Kay, please? Let's have our next image. Okay, we have a score of 74. Can we have a comment from Matt, please?
Yeah, a beautiful light on what looks like an Icelandic landscape, perhaps. I felt that all of the leading lines at the bottom are quite strong, but they draw your attention to a darker part of the mountain rather than the lit part of the mountain and the peak above. So perhaps choosing a composition where those lines lead people directly to this place that you want them to go would help improve it.
Thank you. Let's have our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. And can we have comments from Kay, please?
Yeah, really enjoying the what the photographer's captured here with all the beautiful details and everything. I do wonder whether maybe allowing a little bit extra on the, because there's a lot of elements on the peripheral areas that hold a little bit of interest. So whether you may be opening up that scene a little bit more.
Thank you, Kay. Let's have our next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 79, and Matt's going to challenge that.
Yeah, what a weird landscape. To make this really interesting landscape out of old netball hoops and flying insects that have been blurred, and creating something that's kind of unusual and arresting. I'm awarding this incredible originality that we're seeing in the scene. I'm kind of getting like Invasion of the Body Snatchers or the Birds or something that's kind of menacing. I can see that this landscape is probably an acquired taste, so I'm hoping by sitting with it you might acquire more of that.
Well, we'll ask Rebecca that question.
So I actually scored this out of award range. I just so desperately wanted to love this because I love that structural, the netball hoops, been on the court with my daughter, freezing cold morning, etc. And it's been, like, the composition's just fabulous. The flying blurry things that are dark, just really, I just can't get past them. And there's this dark vignette at the top left. I think it's a little bit of a missed opportunity if it was a really long exposure where those insects were completely gone and it was just that really simple isolation of the three poles. I would have been up way further. But yeah, I will come into the bronze just for the quirkiness of it all.
Sorry, Simone, Kay got to you before.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. I don't even know whether they're drones or whether they're insects. I'm not sure, and it probably doesn't really matter. I'm enjoying it too, Matt, and I'm sitting on silver at 782. And I'm going to come up into the silver with distinction because I think it is something that it is quirky, and it is banal, and it works.
Okay, Matt.
Yeah, I feel like that banality is what gives it that kind of horror vibe. And I feel like the photographer is aiming exactly for what you're saying, Bex. What you're finding discomforting about this image is exactly what the photographer wants out of you. They want you to feel uncomfortable. They want you to be bothered that all these insects are in the sky and they're coming for you. And I hope you can find a way to reward this discomfort, because discomfort in a photograph is just as important as all of the other good things that we reward as well. I'm in silver distinction.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. We have a score of 83, which is a silver award. Well done to the photographer. Let's have our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 73. Okay, can we have a comment for the photographer from Glenn, please?
Yeah, there was so much going on here I really enjoyed. There's some real drama in there. Do wish the highlights were a little bit protected along with the details in there somewhere, but the essence of a world-class photo was in here. It's just slightly missed.
Thank you. Let's have our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 73. And Matt's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I feel like this is a landscape that would be really easy to overlook. There's a really peaceful, calm, serene feeling. I'm actually seeing this landscape more in terms of perhaps a commercial purpose. It's a landscape that makes me want to go to this place and to experience being at this venue. And from that perspective, I've put it into bronze because I feel it's quite successful in that. But I can understand that it is a little bit more challenging in a landscape-specific category.
Thank you. Let's talk to Glenn, please.
Yeah, I was down the bottom there. I marked it a 68 because of that. Like I feel when it comes to the awards, that there's something different needs to be done, and that's what we're encouraging for an award, is that you've seen something, and it was a very commercial and reasonably slick image, but there's some little things that bug me from that point of view. If this was going into that commercial end of landscape, the top left-hand corner with the trees coming in, and also the way the line of the roof of the building juts into the mountains behind. So that's what dropped it a little bit for me. But I'm hearing you, Matt. Talk to me.
Okay, and Kay, you're in the middle there.
Yeah, I'm just in below award level. I get the commercialisation, Matt, of in terms of it being potentially being used for that, but for me, the main focus of the image, I'm drawn to the house, whereas it's not the environment that the house is in that's actually drawing my attention. So I think that is where I'm a little bit conflicted around whether it's a position within the landscape.
Thank you. Back to you, Matt.
Yeah, just to address some of those concerns, so I actually really appreciate that framing in the top left. I feel like that holds you within the frame and also kind of nestles, gives a comforting feel to this place. I can see why somebody else might not feel quite like that, but I feel like it's successful in that, and it also complements the inclusion of that larger foreground. And in terms of it being about the building, first I feel like the edge of the building, yes, it goes through that immediately lit hill in the background, but it is also nestled within the darker one beside it, so I'm not too concerned by that. I feel like the building is the base in which you explore the landscape, and I feel like if you were visiting this place, that would also be true. That is your base to explore the landscape. So I appreciate that this isn't what you'd expect to necessarily see in a landscape category, but I feel like this is such a broad category that we need to reward different kinds of landscapes, and a more commercial landscape is one of those. So I'm on bronze.
Okay, let's rescore, please. We have a score of 74. Okay, Matt, let's have a bit of a break. And Roger, do you want to come in, please? And Simone, let's pop you in, Janine. Let's have our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 82, which is a silver, and Rebecca's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I dropped this into silver with distinction at 85. I see a walrus and a whale meeting right there, having a little chat. You know, that's why we have coffee in the afternoon. The further you get into that, the detail in the bottom half is mind-blowing. It is so tiny and beautiful, and it's so sharp. I see, you know, when the landscape makes creatures and other things and makes you think of other conversations, I think it is very special. I think it's been well presented to us. The vertical format really brings your eye up through the image. I think it's just worth a few more points.
Okay, Kay, have a chat.
I've scored this in the bronze range at 76. I guess we see a lot of these sort of aerial shots and the water flows and things like this. And I guess for me to bring it into a distinction range, I'm really looking for something that is a little bit more that I haven't really seen before or experienced before. I'm really enjoying the colour palette that the photographers captured and presented to us. Yeah, I could be tempted to come up to silver, but unlikely to go to silver distinction.
Okay, Roger.
Okay, I'll give you a nudge. I scored this 86. I had that sort of conversation with myself about seascapes, and we see lots of them. But I guess I'd sum it up as to why it's different to any of the others in one word, and that's interaction. Well, two words: interaction or relationship. I saw those two same figures, if you like, that Beck saw, and the way they're placed, like they could have been a square crop here, but it's not, and they're placed up the frame, so you've got to lead your eye towards that. So that's the point of difference to me, and that's what takes it above us from a silver to a silver distinction.
Very quickly, Janine, is there something else you need to add?
I will be super quick. So I'm on 83. One thing, I felt like that barrier where Beck's two critters are hanging out, the white border and the sand, those white sands, that for me was the point of difference in this image. And I felt that compositionally worked really strongly.
Okay, Bex.
Not hearing a huge amount of negatives here. I just want to add in there, thank you, Janine. I've managed to sit with this a bit longer. I'm so glad I did. And, you know, those white parts that Janine's talking about, you know, like part of lungs, potentially, you know, beautiful shapes in there. So there's a lot you can see. I think it's not completely flat down. I think the photographers added that point of view as a difference as well. Just looking for a few more points.
Rescore, please. And we have a score of 85, silver distinction. Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Are you commenting or? Okay. Right, Glenn? Yeah.
Yeah, look, love a good foggy morning. You've got an award out of this you'll be very proud of. Just watch the black points. That area in the distance do need to have a true black, even though they may be missing in the foreground because of the fog.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 79. And Janine, yes, you've got that.
Brilliant. We get to have a chat about this one in any event. Look, I gave this image 83. I thought it was the essence of cool, calm, collected, and a lot of control. I enjoyed the restrained colour palette and making something at that hour of the day that wasn't wildly colourful. I think what really drew me in though was the mirroring, kind of the shape of the rocky outcrop in the background with the shape of the patterns in the sand in the foreground. And that, it works very well as a device to draw you into the image, and the photographer has very much directed us to what we want to, how we should be looking. So I'm on 83, we're at 79, so let's have a chat.
Okay, Kay?
I've just put this just out of award range, I feel. I absolutely love the central part, all those textures in that central part. But for me, the sky is just letting it down. There's some beautiful treatment in terms of the foreground, but that sky is just taking away from it. And the right-hand side of that large rock could have been darkened down a little bit just to, again, be a continuum of what that is, the darker side of the image. I feel that side is a little bit too light.
Okay, does anybody in the middle have something to say? Roger?
Similar to Kay, but with a different nuance. The sky was the main thing in the sense that a lot of the other tones in images are smooth, and the sky's not. It's as if a longer exposure might have fit in better with this image. And also I wonder about the choice of camera placement. What do I mean? So there's the there's the first rock on the left, and then there's the next rock on the right, which is on the edge. And I'm not sure whether that's leading your eye towards the main rock or whether it's blocking it. And so it just feels not quite right in terms of composition as well. So, yeah, those are my issues. But, anyway, that's...
Okay, Janine.
Thank you for your sharing your points of view. Look, the sky is the sky, and the photographer may not have had a great deal of control on this, but I feel like the dark clouds in the upper left do kind of hold us in and are another kind of directional device directing us to that large rock. Yeah, so that's just holding us within the image. So have a think and decide whether this image should be scoring in the silver range. I believe it should be, so have a shot.
Okay, rescore, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Well done. Okay, Rebecca, have a break. And Mika, would you like to come in? Okay, let's have our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award, and Roger's challenging that.
I scored this 86. Straight out the gate, I see origami in this, and to turn a concrete wall into a delicate piece of paper folding, I thought it was quite, that's an achievement in itself. But I enjoy. It's a simple composition, but it's just unique. It's well seen and unique, and there's a delicacy to it, and maybe there's another interpretation to it. And so, yeah, those are my thoughts.
Okay, let's come down to Glenn.
Yeah, I was at the other end there, Roger. I was on 72. I really liked what I saw initially, which was that it was going to be one of those very minimalistic images, but then I saw how busy the foreground was and how out of focus that foreground got, and I just wondered why it was there. Same with the sort of slightly soulless sky. Yeah, I wanted to see more in the design elements within that photograph, and the busyness of the foreground really got in the way.
Okay, Mika.
Similar to Glenn, I saw the restraint and the sophistication of this from a distance, and I particularly liked the minimalist sky and while retaining the whites. But when I went up close and saw how that out of focus foreground detracted, which could have been cropped out, or it could have been addressed by perhaps lightning somewhat, I decided to score it in the silver range.
Okay, back to you, Roger, please.
Yeah, look, I saw the out of focus foreground, but it's not about the foreground. The foreground's just there to give colour, was my interpretation of that, and it was about the wall. And the wall, I saw another aspect to that wall, the way that fold is, if you like. So I didn't see that as necessarily being a problem. I don't have a problem with the sky. There's still detail in it, but it's not overcooked at all. It's just understated, but clever and graphic.
Rescore, please. We have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Well done. Okay, let's have our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 85, but there is an automatic challenge from Roger, please.
On a roll. This is landscape photography, sort of what, in the sense that we all want to do it. It's the trophy place, isn't it? So whenever we look at an image, I sort of half wonder to myself, how's the photographer got there? You know, so to get to that spot, I would wager would not be easy. So that's the first thing to say. The second thing to say, what a magnificent place, and I think that they've captured it pretty perfectly, really. Perhaps you'd like a sunset at the end of that, or a piece of sunlight, but everything's nuanced and it's there and it's dramatic and it's just an amazing spot, and I celebrate it. It's sort of National Geo type photography. It is almost at its best.
Okay, Glenn, you're at the other end.
I must be getting grinchy. Not enough coffee, perhaps. I'm on 82, and I didn't think I'd be the lowest because I quite like this image. I did perhaps get a little bit caught up in some of its technical flaws, which is incredibly tough when you're shooting against the light, etc. I mean, you really are. It's a tough gig to get the edges of that cave in the sky looking seamless, and they've come quite close. I'll definitely come up to a silver with distinction. I think a gold is a stretch too far. Great location. It is on the tour itineraries, unfortunately, but there's a lot of beauty in there. They've handled the contrast really well, so I'll definitely squeeze on up. Shouldn't have been so grinchy on the 82. I'll go to mid-80s happily.
Okay, and Mika, you were right on scoring range.
I scored this 85, just nudging it into the silver with distinction, and you're going to go nuts on this, but I see a face in the shape of the rock, and I'm giving you that as a gift. And what I like about it is the waterfall is kind of like a troll's hair, and so we're in Iceland, and we're giving something slightly different to this scene. However, I do see the technical issues with this photograph, and for that reason, I've kept it at silver with distinction.
Okay, Roger.
I guess it comes down to whether you whether you punish technical flaws or you go for adventure and location and challenge in nature and just wow factor, really. I'd rather go for a glass half full rather than a glass half empty. So guys, find some more points, don't be mean. And then you've got the face on top just if you're wavering. That should tip you over the edge. Why would you not?
Right, rescore, please. Okay, they filled that glass a little bit. 87 silver distinction. Let's have our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 86 with an automatic challenge from Roger, please.
I didn't want snows in trees, trees in snows. It's I kind of felt they're hard not to pass, are they? But this one is just, it's got an exquisite elegance to it. I can't I can't mark it down really. It perfectly placed. The detail, I love the details of just the snow on the trunk in this particular tree, and I guess it's the lone tree, story in the landscape, but it's done perfectly. And the little details just on the edge, sort of at ground level, I love that. They just give it enough balance and anchoring, and it's been given. It could have been cropped more, but it's cropped as it is, and I think it's gives it enough space to be itself within that image, if you like, to have its own personality and poise. It's really beautiful.
Okay, we're coming down to Kay, please.
Yeah, I've scored at 83 in silver range. And at the moment, unless I hear something different, I'm fairly comfortable there. To me, I actually want to see it a little bit bigger. It has got a presence about it. It really does. And you can see some detail in the snow and things like that. But for me, it's just, by it being just that little bit small within the frame of what we're actually being presented with, it's almost diminishing it. So, yeah, and that's a little bit of a shame, because I think we're losing some of the interest in the detail that is potentially there.
Okay, does anybody in the middle have anything else to add? Okay, Janine.
So I was on 83, and I felt that this was a technically very well executed image, and I really enjoyed the beautiful just little curve in the trunk of the tree. But other than that, I wasn't sort of getting a great deal more than that to take it into that gold level. I'd be looking for something perhaps a little more unique and creative. The other thing is, I was just wondering whether it's just sitting a little high in the frame. But yeah, welcome your thoughts.
Okay, Roger.
So in terms of the framing and the crop and those aspects, I think it's perfect, and here's why. There's the tiny little elements which aren't covered by the snow that are wide enough for that. For if you're doing a 7.5 or whatever, 6.4, that they go to. If you're going to crop it any more, then they will cross the edges. So it gives where it's cropped now gives enough room to breathe in a horizontal plane. Where it's positioned in the up and down plane, it's slightly lower than central, and it gives enough room for the bottom to breathe, where you can imagine roots might be, and for the branches to point towards each vertical corner. So if you move that down, they won't point to the vertical corners. So I think from a compositional point of view, it's actually perfect. And it also has the advantage that it just gives you the sense that it is in a landscape, but we can't see the landscape because it's snow. And it's almost suspended, but it's not, because you've got those little subtle groundings. And I guess that's what I'm drawn to, just the simplicity and the nuance. So have a think.
Okay, rescore please, judges. '87 silver distinction. Okay, just a reminder, judges, to keep our comments fairly concise. We are starting to slip a little bit. Let's have our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 80. Congratulations, it's a silver award. And Mika, you would like to give feedback, please?
I would. I think this is a really original photograph, and I really enjoy the way that the photographer has seen the shadow and the brightness and made that work within the frame. I do wonder whether deciding to to make the photograph more graphic and abstract versus making the photograph more pictorial and realistic. There's a bit of a question there, and I think if you'd leaned more one way or the other way, it would have been a more successful photograph.
Thank you. Let's have our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 72. Could we have a comment from Mika, please?
You've seen a really lovely scene, and you've seen some colours that really work well within the image. The reds mirroring the reds of the corrugation in the leaves, and vice versa for the greenery. I think when you choose to frame an image with vegetation, it can become a barrier to viewing the scene rather than a frame that sits outside. And I think in this case, the out of focus and quite bright framing have actually detracted from the photograph. So just be a bit careful when you frame something that it stays as a frame and doesn't take over the photograph.
Thank you, Mika. Right, we're going to give Kay, Glenn and Roger another break, and we're going to have Mike, Rachel and Tony, please. Let's have our next image. Okay, we have a score of 79, which we're going to have to discuss anyway. Mika, you're going to take that?
Yeah, I'd really like to challenge this. The colours are fantastic. I mean, getting a gift of a sunset like this and showing those colours in their beautiful glory, I think is wonderful. The strong jetty, the way that you've positioned that, I think works really well with the big triangle in the top and the small triangle in the bottom. I feel like we're definitely placed underneath that jetty, and I think it gives it strength. And then the cookie is going up and finding the sun star that I just think adds a little sparkle to the image and explains why we've got the brightness on the left that's not on the right. I think we've got some really lovely things going on, so let's have a chat.
Okay, I've got 4 of you on the same score. Who would like it? Anybody? Tony?
Look, happy to. 78. I think the timing and the placement with the sunspot on the edge of the jetty is bang on and to be commended. I love the richness and the colour and the just the general information of form on the left upper, but I'm sort of finding it's being dragged down by the lower right, the right, and the bottom. We've kind of got sort of two different things going on in this image. So even though it's symmetrical and it's designed that way, I'm not seeing the glory being matched in the other parts of the image.
Okay, anybody else got anything to add to that? No? Okay, back to you, Mika.
So I actually see that as a strength. We're transitioning from the day into the night, and I think that there's no better way of showing that than either side of this jetty. So I'm genuinely not seeing that as an issue. I'm really enjoying all of those blue tones. There's so many different colours of blue over on the right, and I think they've been handled really well. And it's really difficult to photograph that kind of brightness on the left when you've got what I call holes in the sky, both in the sky and in the reflection. I think it's been handled really, really superbly. I think it's a tricky shot, and I think the photographer has shown that they have great skill in capturing it. So I'm on 83 silver, and I'd love to see some of you change your scores.
Rescore, please, judges. We have a score of 80, silver award. Okay, let's have our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 74. Can we have a comment from Tony, please?
Can do. Never an easy thing capturing the sort of the power intensity of lightning. It takes a little bit to get your eye in and get your camera settings when it's sort of so bold at different parts. Once you've cracked it, it's sort of one of these things that you've now got the formula, which is great. I think this image itself could be improved just with the introduction, or try to take away the distracting elements on the right, which really kind of lead our eye away from which is the main function of the lightning.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 76, which is fairly consistent across the board. Congratulations. Bronze award. Could we have a comment from Rachel, please? No? Mika?
It's a beautiful aerial with amazing detail, really lovely, a tree-like structure that we all very much enjoy being able to see something in an aerial to take it away from what it really is, I think is always something that we're looking for. The thing I was looking for to take it up into a higher scoring range was just a little more originality, unfortunately, because I think we've seen quite a lot of photographs that, and when we get to judging the Professional Photography Awards, of course, as judges, we're going to bring all of the other aerials that we've ever seen with us into the scoring. So I was just looking for something a little bit different, and I didn't find it. I did really enjoy the footprints at the bottom. I'll mention that. But I think it's a very beautiful photograph. But finding something a little bit more original, I think, is the game.
Thank you. Let's have our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 82, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Mika again? Yeah.
That bold orange line is just mesmerising, and the detail is fantastic. So you go up and see the detail in that and the detail in the water. All of those things work really, really well. Unfortunately, there's a bit of brightness down in the bottom, and I see it kind of as the base, and I would prefer the base to be anchoring it. So the brightness down there, I don't think is complementing this photograph in its abstract form.
Thank you. Let's have our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 72. Could we have feedback? Oh, are you going to challenge that? No. Can we have feedback from Mika, please?
You've created a beautiful nature story here. You're seeing the falling rain in the hills at the back, and then the way that has impacted on the water in the foreground. And I think that story is wonderful. Unfortunately, there's a bit of softness in the water part, the river part of the photograph. The detail that's up in the top is not the same level down the bottom. So unfortunately, I feel that has kept the photograph in the scoring range that it is.
Okay, thank you. Our next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And Janae's going to challenge that.
Just a wee sly challenge here. So I'm on 81, and I think what really drew me into the image was perhaps the storytelling element of it, in that you have got this idyllic, beautiful location that's so tranquil and doesn't look populated, and then clearly you have a lot of heavy air traffic happening overhead. So I was drawn into that sort of extra layer of story within this beautifully lit image. I will admit that the foreground I found a little distracting. You probably saw me doing a little air cropping And so I'll put that out there, but I'd just like to hear the thoughts of other judges on their interpretations.
Okay, well, Tony, can we hear your thoughts, please?
Look, sure. I was out of award range. I thought the image was pleasant, so I'm kind of resting my eyes on it and enjoying that aspect. But the problem I have is my eye was being drawn down to the distractions and the heaviness on the lower left, and then I was sort of bouncing back up to the sky trails that were kind of like almost a bit too unnecessarily bright. So I was sort of like doing circles when I kind of felt the tree really should have been the anchor to kind of hold me in and enjoy it the most. So I wasn't really able to rest.
Okay, and does anybody in the middle have anything else to add? Mike? Okay.
I gave the 74 mainly because I don't believe that the image is actually about the trails in the sky, and if anything, they are detracting from taking it up to a silver, as opposed to making me want to go up to a silver. They're doing the opposite. So that's, yeah, I see that as a negative, unfortunately.
Okay, Janine.
I do understand that, Mike. I guess in a way, for me, I thought they gave this a sort of a slightly different slant and a bit of uniqueness to the image. Probably not a wholly desirable characteristic, but I felt that the idea of a lot of population quite close to this tranquil, beautiful area was an interesting story. But I certainly hear you about the distractions in the foreground, and I could really live without those. But there are other leading lines that lead us into the tree, including the sky trails. So I'll give you that one, my 2 cents worth anyway. But I'm on 81. Have a think and consider going to silver.
Thank you. Please rescore. We have a score of 77, Bronze Award. Well done. Congratulations. Okay, we are going to have a bit of a judge change. Janine, Tony and Mika, thank you very much. Simone, Francis and Matt, could you join us again, please? And let's have that next image, thanks. Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a Bronze Award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Rachel?
Yes, I'm really enjoying the low perspective with the waterline there. I think that's quite a nice and unique aspect to be shooting this from. There are a few little bright spots in the soft areas in that lower portion of the image, which are really distracting and taking you away from sort of leading into and up to the peak of the mountain.
Thank you, Rachel. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 75, which is a Bronze Award. Congratulations. Simone, would you like to do the feedback, please?
Congratulations. It's quite a challenging image to judge, actually, because it's there's just got so much going on. Beautiful dark tonal range, looking up or looking through. It could be a double exposure. I'm actually not too sure, but it's very clever. If it was a very moonlit night to have those beautiful mountains there. So, yeah, fantastic. In order to maybe improve the image, maybe taking a little bit off the right-hand side just to give us a little bit more away from that heaviness would be fantastic, but well done.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 75. Congratulations, that's a bronze award. Could we have comments from Francis, please?
Yes, congratulations to the photographer. It's quite a different angle to photograph this building, and I like how it sits in the environment to improve it. I think maybe to just darken the outside areas slightly, just to give a little bit more focus on the center of the image, and probably even a slightly tighter crop as well. But yeah, altogether quite an interesting image to look at.
Thank you. Could we have the next image, please? We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Could we have comments from Matt? Thank you.
The texture, detail and the animal tracks are a highlight in this image, and the way they interact with that underground water system. There's a little bit distraction on the top right and top left corner where other elements start creeping into the frame. Perhaps a tighter frame or a different angle from shooting from the air might have given you a cleaner composition.
Thank you. Can we have our next image, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 76, bronze award. And that arm has gone straight out from Mike. Thank you.
I gave this 84. And the reason for it is I know what it is, but it's not telling me what it is. And so it's what's not being seen is what I'm actually rewarding it for. This is what's it called, a snow thing. Pike, that's it, that's the one. And we're not being told that that's what it is visually. There's hints at it. There's little things on the either side, and just the slightest detail. What this is doing is asking me a lot of questions and giving me almost no answers. And I find that very interesting. Don't you?
Okay, well, Francis, do you want to have a chat on that?
Yes, I was just below award range. I probably was a little bit harsh. However, I think I did see it was a snowpipe or whatever you call them, yes. But being that it is snow, and I can't see any details, I can't see any tracks, that's fine, that might be part of the story. But I just was missing the tech, there would still be a little bit of texture, and I was missing that.
Okay, sorry, Matt, Simone got in there first, so.
It's telling a really cool story in this half pipe. I mean, weather's down, it's closed for the day, no one can compete. I used to compete years ago in the half pipe, and it was actually my weakest part, and I've got 2 broken tailbones and a displaced one from this, because sometimes you just try it and you do it when you literally were not doing well. The weather was bad, so it's telling you that the weather's closed today, it's all over, you know, back home. And I love the fact that there's no much detail in there. That's the story. So yeah, I'm going to come up.
Okay, back to you, Mike.
It's a story that's being told by nothing.
Rescore, please. Okay, there's another button to push. 79. 79 or 80, please. And we have 80 silver award. Well done. Okay, we're going to say thank you to Francis for your time today, and we're going to bring in Rebecca, please. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Rebecca, please?
Yeah, beautiful. Congratulations on your silver. It's got a wow factor, this image. To improve it, I was probably just drawn away by that really soft, blurry part in the bottom middle, and I would have loved to have seen that top, a little bit more of the top, you know, to have that curve come right over, you know, that just would have elevated it and made it very keyhole. But look, what a stunning image and beautiful place to be. Well done.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Matt, please?
Yeah, I think what works successfully in this image is that you can see the face built from the coastline and a very aristocratic nose there as well. But the area on the right, that the white sand area, pulls us away from that face. So perhaps some selective darkening will really highlight that edge.
Thank you, Matt. And that is the end of our judging session, people. Thank you so much to all the judges. It's been a big day and you've done extremely well. Can we have going... to go to the judges' staging area, Matt Palmer, Mika Boynton, Francis Suter, Rachel Smith, Mike Langford, Simone Jackson and Glenn Howie. You are all required. Thank you so much. Take your badges.